We said,
it's your boy Young Love, I give him that thing. Punch leg stand and punch it America. Banye ban punch leg stand and punch it America. Banye ban walk on your leg kankar water no watching. Oga leg gear power leg panda with ya punch it America. Banye ban chingatongo pandon kujwera baya cheka. Paku panda gear what ya be venting. Stand up and cheat America. Banye ban punch leg stand up and cheat America. Banye ban walk on your leg kankar water no watching. Oga leg gear power leg panda with ya punch it America. Banye ban chingatongo pandon kujwera baya cheka. Paku panda gear what ya be venting.
Your Excellencies, the Vice President, Dr. Waneiga, and Taban Denkai, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to be very quick because today we are going to give you an overview of what we have done over the last 4 days. So what I'm going to start with is a demonstration of the area that is in question, the area that we are talking about, which is Unity State. I'm going to show you the river Bargazal, which is
I'm not hearing, Chairman. Sorry, our viewers, for the interruption. Basically, we have technical issues, but it will be resolved quickly. We really need to stream live the 5th day of this public consultation event. And thereafter, we will invite some of South Sudanese to come and analyze the speeches or the presentation from 3 vice presidents. The first Vice President, Dr. Yang Machar, Vice President, Dr. Waneiga, and Vice President in charge of infrastructure, General Taban Dengai. So basically, the 5th day is very important. And we all need to pay attention to listen to the argument because, and I believe many citizens now in the Freedom Hall will question them in regard to how they perceive the project and how did the project kick off until the machines were brought without such consultation event and without knowledge from the experts and from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Basically, we'll analyze that immediately after they are done with the presentation.
Being discussed
Thank you.
For the last few days, and I'm going to give my case on the infrastructure that have been done before, and the way I see it, that it didn't work, and because that infrastructure was done without feasibility studies. So I'm going to give my case on the case of Benti Bridge, Benti Rukona Bridge. That bridge is low, and that's how it's appear So you can see that bridge. There is nothing that is passing underneath that bridge. It was constructed in the 90s, and that picture is old, but you can see not even a steamer can pass under that bridge. So there is a build-up of aquatic plant under that bridge, and it blocked all the aquatic weed that are supposed to come upstream to downstream. That one is a picture of the bridge. I was there a few months ago, and I went to the bridge. I visited. The picture that is looking left hand side is the upstream. So when you look toward Wankai, you see the Paifaras are blocked the river, and it is all the way to Wankai. That's what I wanted to show you in the satellite imagery. When you look in the picture, that is downstream, that is toward Lake No. So you can see the water is clearer as you see your right hand side. So all the aquatic weed that was supposed to be passing, because aquatic weed accumulate, they did not pass. And then they blocked all the ways. I don't know how many years were the clearing of the river down here. So with this one, it shows that the river is blocked, and I'm hoping the internet comes so that I show you, you all see that the blockage of the river is the one causing this. These are the pictures of what is happening in Bentiu. It's flooded all the way, and we understand that there is something need to be done in Unit State. The only difference is that how to do it, that's where people are different. So I'm going to talk about the EIA, the importance of environmental, social impact assessment before the project implementations. Giving you the case of that bridge. The EIA is supposed to be done before anything is done. And it is not only that bridge. We know very well that there was a wash away of the Barakazal River. It's because there was no proper studies. So the EIA is a process that's supposed to be done before anything is done. And then what the EIA does and how it helps us is that if there is anything that is not well designed, the EIA redesign the project. So there's a recommendation that come up and say, you have to do this one. The EIA also recommend further studies if there is a need of what need to be adjusted. And if you haven't done the EIA before any project is done, then there will be a delay in the project approval. So I want to be very quick. This is how the EIA process goes. The EIA, which is the feasibility studies, in this case, is supposed to be triggered by the proponent, which is in our case here, is the Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation. They will do the project brief and give it to the Ministry of Environment. The Ministry of Environment is going to conduct a screening. They will go to the site, see the site, and then talk with the public. It needs to involve everybody. They can do a session like this. They go to Unity State and then talk to the people. Here, it will determine what needs to be done. If there is no need for EIA, then the project will be approved. And then the work will go on. And if there is a need for EIA, then the scoping work will start. And then that will determine what needs to be done. I referred in the last 2 days that the project scope that was mentioned was the 30 kilometers from Bentiu to Lake No. And in my opinion, as I've seen it, the clearance needs to be done between Wankai all the way to Lake No. So this is why it is very important that scoping need to be done by the Ministry of Environment. And then they advertise, the consultant come, they are well vetted, and then they go and do impact assessment, and then put down mitigation plan. And later, before they submit the report, they will call the public again. That is called public involvement. Here, That's when they will submit it to the ministry concerned. And if this one is submitted to the ministry concerned, they will go and see whether to approve or not to approve. If it is not approved, it will be redesigned again and resubmit. But if it is approved, that's when the project implementation starts. So what I want to say here is we actually need to choose now because we want to help the people in Unity State. There was a good question raised here yesterday by Madam Rebecca Joshua that how long does the EIA take? Because we want to help people here. And this is why I want to talk about choosing between clearing the river now and dredging the river. Because clearing it might actually give approval at the screening stage, and it may not take long time. There was a work already done by the agencies. I think UNOP did that one. And this can be supplemented if it is a mere clearance that needs to be done. And that can be the quickest. The clearing is a use of these light machineries, and that one does not actually need proper study. While the drainage involves the use of heavy equipment, that's the one disturb the soil and all the aquatic and then all the whatever live in the river. So this is what I want to mention here, and I don't want to dwell on a lot of things. Let me try to see my map if it is back so that I demonstrate. It is here, it is here. So now, this is the most important that we want to see what is happening there. Looking at these 3 points, the point up there is the Lake Nile. The one in the middle, that is the bridge between Bentiu and Rukono. And the other point, the red one at the left-hand side, that is Wankai. That is the confluence between Ju River and Kir River, which is Baralara. So if we zoom it in, let's start it here where the bridge is. And this is what I was showing you before. I was standing here in the middle, and I took the picture that I showed you at the left-hand side. It is blocked. You see, these are the aquatic plants. When you look at the other picture, there is a little bit of, it looks a little bit clear. But it is not clear enough because when you go a little distance ahead, the aquatic plant have started. The aquatic plant have started actually to build up because there is no inflow, there is nothing pushing it. So if you go all the way to what Lake Nile, you see all over the east, it is green. When it is green, that river is stagnant. So we keep going, and I want to show you there's a point that I want to make here. So here, now, it started to be clear. When it is clear, that means there is water going. This water, it is not coming from anywhere else, but from Lake Nile. So there is a backflowing because there is no inflow. So the backflow from Lake Nile is also affecting the situation in Unity State because there is nothing is pushing. So let's leave that point because I want to be quick. So the other point that I was talking about, and that's the area that was left, is from the bridge to Wankai. Let's see it together. Wankai is here, and the river coming up is the Barararab. The one down here is the Ju River coming from Kwajuk. And it is a little distant, and the river started to block. So the aquatic plants are the one living in the river here. So my recommendation, if you want to save the people in Unity State, is to clear this one instead of dredging it. Because the stagnant water are always deep. So when you clear it here, then the river will start moving. And you know, when the river is running, that's when the siltation starts a lot, and then there will be a lot of soil because of the runoff. But now, since this river is stagnant, I believe it's still deep. So for us now to get a quick help to the people down there, let's say let's clear the river first, and we see if it is not moving later, while the EIA will go, if we still need dredging. And that's where I want to end it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Yong Kwai. Your Excellency, I'm mindful of time and we are rushing. Our next presenter was supposed to be either Liabwell is coming, but we'll allow Professor Taj 10 minutes to emphasize the feasibility study. We move to Isaac and we'll allow you ample time to then
about what do we mean when we talk about feasibility study. It is not really economic and social only. There is a herd of them others. And for our senior leaders, anytime you command a feasibility study or you are given the results of a feasibility study, this will be what we should be looking for. Economic impact and value added feasibility study. You can do a feasibility study, and on the face of it, it looks economically viable. Does it have value added for the people or not? Is it worth it to go all the way or another way? Does it add value to South Sudan? That's, of course, the primary objective. Any project for which you want to do a feasibility study has got to add value for South Sudan. Otherwise, there is no reason to go for it. Will it create better and more conducive atmosphere for investment? And let me share with you a small incident. When I was advising Coleman Young in Bor, an American delegation came to look at Buma. So Walt asked me to go and just do a quick reconnaissance of Buma. And I came back with fascinating results. A lot of potential. You can put a cement factory there and it will run for 100 years. But how do you take the extractive components out of the area? There are no roads, there is no roadway, whatever have you. So will it create better or more conducive atmosphere? We want to build a hotel is not going to really impact on the population. To do a housing compound, yes, it will relieve, but it wouldn't have a major impact. And I think that we need, whenever we are thinking of any element of development, we must think of the impact on the population. Cost and benefit feasibility study. If we do the project, will we get out of it more than we have spent on it? That's another area of the studies. Peace and conflict impact assessment. This is a very important tool. It is a tool that has been very well researched. It started about 15, 17 years back with a very brilliant man who made it. But now it is universal. If I build a project, am I going to generate unintended negative impacts that will affect either the same community or another community? Are there mitigating measures that we can consider? Are there legacies of conflict we need to consider? Because a conflict that breaks out and it has a lifetime of only 10 days is different from a communal duel that started 20 years, 30 years and went on. It is much deeper, and we call this legacy conflicts. ecological, climate, and environmental impact assessment. And the three are different, and we need to research the difference. What are the internal national uh, factors? What is the unavoidable? Is there anything that we cannot avoid? For instance, if the floods are due to rains, you cannot avoid the rain. The rains are going to fall. If the problem is due to drought, the drought is going to happen. You cannot avoid the drought, but you can mitigate. What are the best practices and lessons learned from other nations? We don't seem really to care much about that. In British Columbia, in Canada, we have floods. There are best practices. The International Joint Commission, which is regulating the Great Lakes between the United States and Canada, has got a wealth of practices on how to manage waterways. And as we progress a little bit, we might succeed in inviting them to give us a hand. How and where will the project have fallout? For argument's sake, let us suppose we dredge or clean around Bantillo. Then you are putting more water into the river. This water is going to go forward. Is it going to flood another community downstream? Yes or no? It needs to be researched. Women's lens. It is a lens that's always underestimated, and I would dare say most of the time it is forgotten. Women are impacted differently from men, especially in communities like ours. And whenever there is a feasibility study, I would advise my brothers, my colleagues, our leaders, always ask for and look for and make sure that there is a women lens in any feasibility study done so that we give them their due right. Have the women been consulted? What I call indigenous population, Bernabo corrected me, or I think Brother McWay, using indigenous. But there are people who have been there for thousands of years. They have got rights. They have got rights by virtue of the fact that they were there for thousands of years. We need to consider their wish when we are doing the study. Political risk impact assessment, and of course, that is the major issue for the government. And that's the unintended impact. Will the dwellers of the Sudd be agitated or aggrieved? If not properly consulted, would they feel that their government is ignoring them? We just cannot take, regardless what to do in the way of studies, regardless what decisions take, we are dealing with human beings. We have got to respect their dignity and we have got to respect their rights. Who will or will not their support for the government be changed? Will or will not their support? Yeah. If they feel that you are doing something they don't like, they're not going to like you. They're not going to support you. And any government wouldn't want that. And then we need to look into what we call the exogenous and the endogenous. Exogenous is what is coming from outside, NGOs, what consultants, whatever have you. Endogenous is what is the inside. May political alliances possibly shift due to the project? Water security and impact assessment. Will the project reduce or increase the parameters of our water security? Can the principle of right and benefits come into play, thus South Sudan gains from passing water to other users? Has patterns of climate change? Had the study modeled a trajectory of water security for the next 50, 100 years? You don't plan, when you are planning with basic water resources like water, you don't plan for 5, 10, or 15 years. You have to have a very long trajectory. Collateral damage. Example of Western Equatoria. When I went to study the Hafir of Louis, and it was later implemented by the GTZ, I found that Western Equatoria is lush, rivers, greenery. The reason is that Western Equatoria falls within the green belt. The green belt is Western Equatoria and Northern Uganda. Why is it like that? We never hear of a drought in Western Equatoria. We never hear of a famine unless people don't cultivate. The reason is that evaporation from the Sudd goes up, the northern winds take the moist air and drop the rains in Western Equatoria. You dry the Sudd, you can kiss the lush plantation in Western Equatoria goodbye. Will rains in northern Sudan, Abyei, South Darfur be affected? Will Rawaba series in South Sudan be affected? Yesterday I brought the geological map of Sudan, very large map. Where you have our groundwater, underground water is where there is Rawaba series. Rawaba series is fed through the water of the Sudd because it's stagnant water and it seeps through. When I went from Kapoita to Narus, there was a number of boreholes. There is a difference between a borehole and a deep bore. The borehole has a karjaka, and give it 2, 3, 4 years and you will find that the water has completely disappeared. I found 5 or 6 that were just standing there, a piece of junk. Will communities upstream or downstream be affected? Impact on wildlife. Social impact assessment. Will human relations change? Will coexistence be affected? You have got border lines between tribes. Will the delicate tribal unwritten agreements be affected? Will there be migration into the land from hostile communities? Whatever we do is, at the end of the day, is for human beings. You don't do a project just to wake up in the morning and look at it. Everything is for the welfare of human beings, so they have got to be at the heart of any feasibility study that we do. And then when we are doing the feasibility study, we don't go like a rhinoceros, just straight to what we want to study. We have got to study different alternatives, and then there are methods, technical, solid methods of evaluating those alternatives. So if a feasibility study is to be brought for approval for any minister or any vice president, the first question I would ask, okay, we are recommending this, did you consider other alternatives? Yes, we did. How did you evaluate the alternatives and how did you know that this is the best alternative? That's a critical part of the feasibility studies that people normally ignore. Livelihood impact assessment. South Sudan has the highest per capita in the world of the number of cows per person. It is the highest in the world. And the saying goes when we were young that in South Sudan, people follow cattle, the cattle does not follow people. The reason is that it is the currency. If you want to get married, it is cattle. If one of your boys kills somebody else, the dowry, the compensation is in cattle. So it is the currency of the people. Will the modalities of earning be affected? Will their level of income in cash or kind be affected? Will the stable food be affected because of the change you want to impact? And then when we are doing studies, we have got to identify the people we need to deal with. There is what we call primary stakeholders. The primary stakeholders are those stakeholders who can affect positively or negatively the job that you want to do. If you go against the chief can tell his people to come and sack you out of the area or probably chop your head off. So we have got to be aware of the area in where we are in. What are the powers of the people in that area? Who are the secondary stakeholders? Who are the beneficiaries from the project? If you get a project and the beneficiaries are 1,000, and you have the same project if you take it elsewhere and the beneficiaries are 10,000, then this is a matter for a new evaluation. Land ownership, which is very sensitive in South Sudan, people can die for it. Any feasibility study has got to dig very deep in the issue of land ownership. And then impact on what I call the indigenous population. Barnaba did not like that term, or Brother McQuay. But what I mean, the people who have been there for a long time. Health and human and animal impact assessment. Any hafir that I surveyed and designed and constructed, one of the main objectives was to care for the veterinary services for the animals and for the dispensaries for the human beings. Species of plants and animals and microorganisms introduced by human action outside their natural habitat. What we call invasive alien species. Invasive alien species are elements that are alien to the area. They could actually destroy the whole ecology. So we need to make sure that if we execute a project, we are not introducing these invasive elements. And I will stop there and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Taj. It is 3 o'clock. Let us be mindful of the time. The next presenter, who is the last presenter, be mindful of the time. We are going to allow our leaders ample time to do the interactive session. The next presentation is on the hydraulic, and Isaac Liabwell, please present that one to us. There are more than 1,000 South Sudanese following us online. We've got to be reminded of this. And they are in fact interacting, they're sending in their comment and question as well as the program goes on. And after the presentation, it will shift later after the comment of the two undersecretaries of 2 minutes, 3 minutes each. Honorable Michael will take over to do the next interactive session with our ministers. So thank you.
Good afternoon, my leaders. Happy again to be back to brief the executive from GOAS to GRSS. I was there, and then I want to start to acknowledge the people who will do this presentation to me. They will not come here, but they will realize that I work as I present. One of them is Nile Mamer from Sudd Institute, who investigated with me together the watch out Baragazal or Juba Baragazal Road, when Honorable Mijak appointed a committee to see what happened to the road. So he is the contributor. Lear Ngongoka is another contributor who was my successor, long-serving technical advisory committee member to the NBI for South Sudan. He has the contribution. Also, Mr. Young, who have already presented, and Joy Leju, who presented, are part of what I will submit to you later on. And we should not forget that our presentation of national expert was already started in the morning by the first vice president. That is a great pleasure to be under your mentorship again in issues related to water resources management and development in South Sudan. The remaining protocol is observed. We are not there yet. I sent it to.
Look like we have got technical issue there, but please speak. The time is not on our side. Jibal pelaj lo kotupi pelaj jibu bejai. Otherwise, to save time, I might call someone else in. So.
Let me present the thing which I will show you later on, and you will look at them and they will go. First of all, I want to start by the plans of South Sudan. We had the Irrigation Development Master Plan that has assisted us with help of Japanese to quantify the water of South Sudan in surface, from rainfall to runoff in rivers and lakes, to groundwater. That one we have done. We have also identified the uses of water, and we embarked on an IWRM approach, integrated water resources management, and we managed to identify the uses of water. And based on that, we develop our irrigation development master plan, IDMP, in support. We embark on IWRM process, and we develop irrigation development master plan, which was supporting the comprehensive agriculture master plan. It was launched in 2012, concluded in 2015. Some of you who got chance to listen to the finalization, they got it. The first BP is the one who launched it in Yakuren, and after the thing went the other way, now it's good that we can inform them about it. The other thing is we have all plans. IDMP is not the beginning of plan of South Sudan. With Sudan, in 1937, when the Jebel Dam was built, there was a compensation of upper community whom the island was a part and parcel of the Jebel Reservoir. So Jebel Reservoir by then it stretches up to Malut. So this is how in 1940s we got the ring irrigation, pump irrigation schemes. Those were from that period. And also in 1979, are people following, or I'm just talking? Okay, then it is not appearing here. Okay, fine. Then that is great. I need also to read it because I have not opened it yet. Anyway, the normal thing in with technology, I need to move to where the presentation. Apologies. Continue. Then in 1979, Sudan did the irrigation master plan like what South Sudan did in 2015, and also they capture additional irrigation site which are known as irrigation upstream of Malakal. They include the Will Rise scheme, they include the Pinko irrigation scheme, they include the Mangala, another small scheme. Okay, go completely because I am far ahead. Go. Yes, go. Yes, stop there. So that is the map of the existing scheme, existing farm irrigation scheme in north of Upper Nile. If you go to the next slide, that is the map of the irrigation scheme upstream of Merkan as per 1979 irrigation master plan of the Sudan. We can go. It's not moving. Oh yeah, sorry. And then that is showing the hydropower sites which are concentrated on the border with Uganda, with a small dot on the western part on River Sway. And River Sway is the main stem of Baragazal. We move. For you to anchor your development and all the plans must be anchored on an institutional framework. That organogram is the institutional framework of water resources management and development in South Sudan. It is called Draft Water Bill 2015. If you look at the green rectangles, to your left, it has envisioned establishment of a water resources management authority. And to your right, it has envisioned establishment of safe water supply and sanitation regulatory board. Those institutions are not existing. Under water resources, there would be basin water, board, like Baragazal will have his own board. So that is the line of thinking nationally. We will have an opportunity when it is presented to you. It is with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Development. You can move. Now, continuing with the laws, as Dr. Salwo emphasized, and Professor Tai, Elvin Majuk, that we are part and parcel of connected with the other countries through regional moisture circulation, through physical running of rivers. So we are part and parcel of the Nile Basin. So the White Nile and its tributaries drain 97.5% of South Sudan. It is in the Nile Basin through the White Nile. 2.5% remaining drain into Lake Victoria, Lake Turkana. So we are part and parcel of Lake Turkana Basin. So now South Sudan has started to participate in the Nile Basin initiative since 2005 when our government was formed in October 2005. You can move. And then when we became independent, a series of admission into NBI structures started. The main organ, that is NALCOM, which is assisted in a secretariat in Entebbe, then the Nile, the ENSA Secretariat is in Addis, and then the Nile Equatorial Lakes in NELSAP, the Secretariat in Kigali, Rwanda. And these were the admission of South Sudan took place in 5th of July 2012. Move. Yes, the cooperative framework we was alluded to by the first Vice President. I want to show just one important thing. That is bullet number 2. It was signed by 6 countries in May 2010. Now, it has been ratified by 4 countries: Ethiopia, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda. Then now, what is remaining is that it is help, because for 10 years, the Nile Basin countries agreed to negotiate a new framework to replace the bilateral colonial agreements. Of course, I reserve the right of Dr. Salwa in cognizance of that you may not replace them. But in the spirit of cooperation, this was the intention, because the cooperation was started in Tanzania in 1999. And that is the meaning of Nile Basin Initiative. It's an initiative to arrive at a legal framework that is acceptable to all the riparians. Move. Now, the CFA, South Sudan started to ascend itself to it. You call it accession. So what remains for South Sudan is accession, because the signature was closed at certain point in time. And then if you want to add yourself to this agreement, you are left with ratification. That is why the ratification now is not with the executive. The ratification has been submitted by the executive of South Sudan to the assembly. So the document is in the assembly. So the most feature of the CFA, if it is accepted, it will establish the Nile River Basin Commission. And it is anchored on reasonable and equitable utilization. That is the main feature. Move. Your Excellencies and Honorables, that is a picture I got from nowhere. This is how urban development is approached. Urban land pattern is organized through land zoning. I'm sure our cities who are prone to flooding, from Bentiu to Tunga to Pangat to Pibo to Bor, I don't think they are following this. They think this land is flat and its straight lines are done vertical, horizontal, or all of them are horizontal anyway. Then to create blocks, and then you close all the water courses. And it is even evident in Juba. But Juba is an undulated land. There is no big problem. But the other land need to be zoned, even if you don't see those small streams, they are there. And the technology is there to show them to you. So one of our main problems is the urban development. Is going in a wild way. I give always example of Koraichir in Rem. It had been attacked by urban settlers. Move. Now that is the case of Juba Rumbek Road. That is the great success of the government of South Sudan. Because success comes when you rectify your mistake. Move. This bridge, due to 4 ESIA or lack of it even, the Juba Rumbek Road was overtopped and wiped out in May 2020 by a single rainfall. And then Minister got himself in a difficult position, and he had to constitute the committee of experts. Nyati Mamer and I, who were among those experts. Then The work we was done, we can show you. Move to the next. That is the road. Move. This is how hydraulics work. Because it's how energy of water react with the structures. If the structure does not with the same energy of water, the structure will be broken. And if the structure is broken, then the water will penetrate and will destroy the development that you have intended. So the whole thing was like that, and the reason is in the next slide. Next slide. So now when we were put there the committee of experts, to the left, that was the work of Japanese. They estimated a runoff discharge of certain stream to be 111.5. And then when we came as an expert, and I have to acknowledge a young hydrologist called Kubuji from Ministry of Water, proudly made those delineation to the right, to see the right side of the catchment flowing to these areas of culverts. And then we concluded that it was 200, let's just say double. So the amount of water was underestimated by 50%. So this was the actual cause which it agreed. Now, when the government constituted this committee of experts, we made a comprehensive recommendation and it was submitted to the ministry. Even if the Chinese will cheat us in another element of their road, they have known already they cannot cheat us in the opening and sizes and type of the what we call hydraulic structures. Move. Now, about bridges. I just read out something there regarding the unfinished Nile Canal. Apart from the bridge to be constructed across the regulator and lock at Bor, it was proposed that 3 bridges would be provided or crossing at 25 kilo 125, kilo 250. The canal is stopped at kilo 240. But there is no a single crossing that was provided in kilo 20, of course it is measured from the start, from Soban mouth, where the canal was to pour water. Now, at kilo 25 or kilo 125, and I think kilo 125 is the one that could have saved the wildlife. So what is at stake? What is at stake is supervision, is monitoring. Those who quarrel over the Jongle Canal, it was started, but the Jongle executive organ was constituted after the students were killed after the writing. Then they suggested that there must be crossing, enough crossings, and there must be realignment of the canal to the east. I don't want to go to the reason, but I want to point out that I think the regional government by then, and even the opponent of the canal, one of them is the CMP, that is Joshua Dowdew, would have really made use of the provision of this crossing. And I think mitigation could have been done. And that is the Eastern Urban Project. A project, all what I presented, Young Leju has said is to pay attention to mitigation measures. But many project promoters, where the cost goes is mitigation, and they don't want it, they run away. And then why? Apart from Juba, Baragazar Road, which was brought into the light by that situation, the rest of the road are still being constructed now without enough culvert, without enough bridges. I must admit, because I went to Bor, I was doing consultancy, and I look at the road, And I had the advisor of the government there who was with me in the function. I said, Honorable Dinakol, why do you do this? Why do you construct roads without bridges and without culvert? He told me, Isaac, we will just improve as we go. So that is the situation. Because the promoters of the project, they don't want to do technical job. I think we can move. That is about the Nile Canal. That is the situation of South Sudan. The oil blocks are everywhere. And the web, it's called web, the Lagan Kabut, the web, and the crisscross Nile system, and with it, Sudd Wetlands are completely being compromised by the so-called oil access road. You look to the right, that is oil access road. And I don't think you can see any passage of water underneath. There are no culverts. So the oil access road, like what they did in Bentiu Bridge, which I must declare that from Thomas Young to Alier Oka to myself, the ministers who came to that ministry, the people who were in administration in unity, even the communities of unity in themselves, we are all mistaken completely. And I agree with the opening of the first vice president that we are not managing our waters. How can we monitor the vegetation to accumulate, and we are watching until our river died in our hand? It's a pity. If there is one thing I will move with my head down in this country, is the situation of Baragazal basin. At least I should have said something wrong is happening, but I did not do when I was under secretary. And I'm sorry for that. Let's move. Yeah, that is about culvert. I talk about it, about the oil road. Let's go to the last thing because I want to respect my moderators today. Yes, that is the genesis of the project, which has decided to divide a society that is already bleeding. And that is the reason I left my job. I'm working in the private sector. And I plead to an American company that has given me a job of institutional development advisor, that I want to attend this function. It's important for me, and they accept it. So, in 2008, Joseph Buer was the minister. We went there. Jordan Mariam was a member of that delegation, the Undersecretary of Energy, because energy and water were Tawam. I think all about we know Arabic. Then they one another, so Joseph took tour, very experienced person, more than me by then. And then a young man called Charles Majid Kwong from his office manager, we went to Cairo. And of course, first vice president, I can accept. Even Uncle Abel Alier was in a situation he wanted to protect the regional government, the autonomy. That is why he accepted Jonglei. And he wanted mitigation to be done, but they did not focus on mitigation. When I went with Joseph, the agreement that was presented to us was a bad one. Then we tried to make a use of a bad situation. South Sudan wanted a referendum, and Egypt is a giant in the region. So they said their agreement has 10 points, but I will only read out 4 of them. One of them is they wrote immediate resumption of the Jonglei Canal. And then Joseph was there. They make sure that Joseph was not interacting with us for a long time. And then they brought the document late. And then when I look at the document, the language was bad anyway. But I just write to some areas and I got it immediate resumption of the Jonglei Canal project. That was the intention. I said it will not be done like this. And they were there, they did not allow us to talk alone. And then 3 voices asked me, including my own minister, why? And I said, because over 20 years is a long period. If this project is to be done, it has to be subjected to review. Therefore, resumption, review of the Jonglei Canal is a part and parcel of that MOU. But when we came to Khartoum, already the news had come that these people are signing that agreement. Alfred Taban wrote, Alayramu. Gone are those days when executive official used to commit countries or take away our resources. The Jonglei Canal will not be dug. Then when Joseph saw this, he said, why are you doing this? I said, Kaladma, you go to the media. Joseph went to the media and told them, so this is what I brought to you. If you don't like it, Alakekum, they review. The next day, Alfred Taban apologized to Joseph. And that was the great thing we have done. So to make it Hilu, come on, we added one good point. That is, feasibility study for construction of the multi-purpose dam on River Swell at the vicinity of Wow. And then we added cleaning and clearing of the aquatic weeds and other deposits from the rivers of Bar El Ghazal Basin. This was our intention. Now, down there, I don't want to talk about it. It's not necessary. Let's move. What is the dredging process? I want to read that out because it's the second before the last slide. The dredging process mainly involves carrying out excavation of either natural deposit as geologist sediment or man-made debris like HPLA who had been sinking many barges into the river, because that is all about we are complacent. We have buried a lot of these rivers. So, and that's why Dr. John told you one day that you burn everything, you will sit down and bring government from your head. So this is the day. We could have not allowed Barghazal to die in our eyes. Sorry. So, the dredging involved cutting. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Allow me to stand to continue, Your Excellency. Okay, good. Yes, in the process, deposit sediment or man-made debris, such as rocks, bottom sediment, construction debris, and the rest, other refuse. Aquatic weed control, on the other hand, is the process of cleaning and clearing of vegetation from water channels. Both the dredging and aquatic weed control processes are for maintaining water channels, ponds, lakes, ocean, port, harbor, and the wet cutting is related to creating of port. Like our river port, you can dredge an area in order to open it to have a place to park your ship. However, dredging is an advanced stage of water channel, ponds, lake, ocean, port, and so on, maintenance intervention. Move. Now, this is our submission. If this is our submission, moderator, no, I want somebody to read it, or even John, you can read it if you are seeing it. This is our submission by natural expert. I want them to read it out, and if it's difficult, let me start to read it out because they did not finalize it. They submitted to me and I finalized it. Yeah. And the natural experts include even our sitting undersecretaries. We talk a lot with them. Okay, that is better.
Okay. The President's directive for the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to address the conduct of the feasibility study and the conduct of the environmental and social impact assessment. And given the dire need in which affected communities are in, we propose that the government adopt 3-stage approaches. A short-term immediate intervention, that is the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management and Relief and Rehabilitation Commission to lead the assistance to the affected people. immediate term intervention. The Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation to make a proposal for the clearance and cleaning of aquatic weeds from the reaches of Barkazal and its tributaries and submit to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to screen it. If this phase 1 stage does not need only preliminary feasibility studies or ESIA scoping, then the other implements, machinery or equipment of the project be assessed, and the project is green-lighted for clearance and cleaning of vegetated sections of the Barkazal River system. While doing so, the stakeholders, government and partners need to think on how to replace the Rupkona-Bentiu Bridge. A long-term intervention. After a season or seasons, if the clearance and the cleaning of the aquatic weeds does not adequately restore the river regime, then the government can embark on a dredging project proposal that is subjected to a comprehensive feasibility study and a detailed EISA.
And because why it should be now subjected to EISA, one of the contention, and you said, why the downstream population can problem with the dredging. If a slope of a river is changed, then if it is changed to a mild situation, you will aggravate the situation. The deposition and accumulation of cottonwood will increase. If it is done to move from mild slope to a steeper slope, then more water will leave the area. And what we have known so long about Barkazal is that the river, much of its drainage remain within its basin. Why? God knows. And that what made the population of that region to be more, and even to the number of cattle with the bull can only match the amount of cattle in the eastern Nuer and to Ethiopia. And it is that system of that river. Water is stayed in the system. And even the population among the populous district, 2 of them are in that basin. The Bentiu and Awil, the more populous in this country. So that is the reason I want to say that one is a stage 3, because it will involve the change of river slope if it is not done in the right way. Thank you, Honorables, and Your Excellencies, my bosses.
Thank you very much, Isaac Liabwell. To this point, Your Excellency, we are now coming to that crucial part. It is now 34 minutes past 3. Our undersecretaries, 2 of them, one will have 3 minutes each, and I will hand over to Honorable Michael. I will start with Honorable Emmanuel Ladu of the Ministry of Water.
I really want to say that this is not a fair thing to give the main institution with the mandate. You give them 3 minutes to comment. That's not fair. They have to give us the report they feel that we need to hear, even if we stay here till 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Honorable. We were only conscious, but if you are happy, well and good, we are ready to stay.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Defense, for that stand, and that means the strength of the women. You have spoken your voice, because water is very important for any household. I was going to make about 2 presentations. One is about comments of issues which have been arising over the last 5 days. I really give, okay, the protocol remain observed, Your Excellencies and Honorable Ministers, my colleagues, the Undersecretaries. I would like to acknowledge the presidential statement and the gift to the nation of the people of South Sudan when he declared that we need to do a credible environmental and social impact assessment study in this country before any project starts. And that has always been our cry in the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. We had started to dredge the Bahar Ghazal River when equipment from Egypt arrived in Wau and Bentiu respectively. But the result was nasty, Your Excellencies. Within the short period of dredging, the cores which the communities used to water green vegetables during dry season dried up. And I think probably that was one of the reasons the equipment were later on relocated to Bentiu Unity State. And all along, before I became Undersecretary, under the leadership of Isaac Liabwell, we insisted that for the environment, for any study to be done, we need to do a credible and environmental and social impact assessment. But donors normally, when they come with their funding, they select what they want to do. And so when I became the Undersecretary, this issue popped up on my desk, and I advised my minister, late Honorable Manawa Peter Godkoth, that for us to proceed, we have received the gift from the government of Egypt. Let us ensure that we need to do environmental and social impact assessment. And it was grateful that IOM came to our aid and promised to carry out that environmental and social impact assessment study. Within a short time, I reached out to my colleague in the Ministry of Environment and proposed some terms of reference, which we're still working on it. There was one question which came up yesterday about the issue of equipment. That equipment, agencies and donors have their own ways of sending aid to foreign countries. USAID, if they're sending support, it comes through USAID. The government of America sends the support to the people of South Sudan through USAID, and it is addressed to South Sudan through USAID. And it is USAID based in South Sudan that gives that support over to the people of South Sudan, whether it is Ministry of Health, whether it is Ministry of Education, etc., etc. The same thing applies to Japan. The government of Japan gives us donation, especially the water treatment plant, which is currently being constructed. All the equipment which come there are directed to JICA. They are not directed to the South Sudan Urban Water Corporation or to the Ministry of Water Resources as per se. And so we have not complained that the government of Japan or the government of USAID is establishing parallel institutions in the Republic of South Sudan. This is something I would like to make a little submission. And the equipment which came into the country have been here since 2010. The dredging equipment which went Bentiu, they were later on vandalized because of the war which came up during that time. The same way bill was submitted to the people of South Sudan. So this is not something new. We should not make a very great story about it. From the submissions yesterday, I'm very grateful that our doctor from Oxford suggested that the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation be financed substantially. And he proposed a percentage of 10 to 15% from our national budget. I think if that one is accepted, this submission was made yesterday to the lawmakers in Parliament. If that submission is also accepted to you at the executive, I would really very much appreciate it, because I think this is the time we really want to ensure that our people in this country start to receive water in their taps through their households. For the issue of construction of Hafir, if we say that we need to construct Hafir for the millions of cattle and livestock in this country, it's going to cost us a lot of money. We had suggested that if we finally concluded the National Water Resources Master Plan, in addition to the Irrigation Development Master Plan, if we have the Water Resource Master Plan, we will now decide whether it is feasible to create continuously flowing canals, which supplies water to our communities in Tonji North, Tonji South, parts of Warab, and even the Bahar Ghazal River. We have to ensure that it's running and having water throughout the year for irrigation and for livestock purposes. The same thing also applies to our communities in the Eastern Plains, like the Toboza. If we can ensure that we engineer that process, that of course will have to be based on studies. But the overriding factor here is that we are not rushing to drain this water and ensure that it is contained in the canals. we never know whether that water is going to be there continuously. Our third strategy is that we would like to construct water reservoirs, high capacity dams, especially in the stretch of river between Juba and Nimule. We are gifted that both sides of the Nile the Nile falls between a very important fault. That fault, if we re-engineer it properly, will have one of the greatest dams in the Republic of South Sudan, and we shall be able to fill it gradually, even if it takes 50 years when we are no longer there, provided that mindful of other users downstream will be able to continuously, equitably share water with our countries, other countries downstream, but ensure that communities that are living close to the wetland are protected from flooding. In the short term, in addition to what was submitted by Engineer Isaac Liabwell, we felt that a flood risk assessment and mapping has to be done so that all of us use it. In addition to what he said, removal of aquatic weeds, river restoration works, construction of embankment dikes, installation of river gauging stations. Currently, we do not know the regime of the water flows. Somebody said we do not know whether, the direction of the flow of floods. We need now to install the river gauging stations, even at rain, so that we know whether there's backflow from Jebel Aulia Dam or not. And as a country, we'll be able to inform ourselves. Currently, with the help of IOM, we're installing a water monitoring station, dashboard in the ministry, so that when we install these telemetry stations, we shall be able to read in time about the flows within the Nile, within the tributaries and the rivers. Then once we have that infrastructure in place, we'll have flood forecasting and disaster risk early warning system. This infrastructure will not be located at the Ministry of Water Resources because disasters are multiple, can be malaria, can be cholera, can be whatever. This infrastructure shall be located at the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management. In the medium term, we plan as a ministry that we would like to develop the water resources master plan and the water resources investment plan. As a country, we need to be mindful. And this is something which will eventually in the future allow us to negotiate for how much water we would like as a country. But right now, we cannot say we need out of the 18.5 billion cubic meters from Sudan, we need this percent. We still don't have any basis to calculate how much water we wanted to. Even if part of it has been assessed under the Irrigation Development Master Plan, we haven't installed any infrastructure at the moment. Therefore, I think from the perspectives of the Ministry of Water Resources, this call to ask for our share is not our priority. Yes, as I said, the long term we need to develop these dams. Your Excellency, you had mentioned that we would like to have one of the bodies within the NBI to be based here in the Republic of South Sudan. Most of the institutions like the Nile Equatorial Lakes body is based in Rwanda. The Nile Basin Secretariat is based in Entebbe, Uganda. And ENTRO, which is East Nile Transboundary Regional Organization, is based in Ethiopia. And the ICPAC, the Integrated Climate Prediction and Assessment Center, is based in Nairobi. For us in South Sudan, we do not have any infrastructure at the moment. Therefore, we are trying to discuss with the members of the NBI and the executive if we can create a body within the Nile Basin, within the Sudd Wetland, a component that can address issues of wetlands all over the Nile Basin countries, so that this unit is based here in the Republic of South Sudan. But our negotiation will be stronger if we were to pay our annual subscription to the NBI. Since we became members of NBI, we have not paid our subscription, and this has weakened our position to negotiate within the NBI. Okay, Honorable Isaac has corrected me that we paid once, and that was something that I think probably keeps us going up to this time. For the National Archives, we shall coordinate this with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation so that we see if we can access some of these documents from our colonial masters. Tajal Kazim previously had requested from me a document of the Joint Technical Cooperation Agreement. As a country, as a sovereign country, we really don't necessarily issue our documents unnecessarily. Until that time, when he was now contracted by the presidency to come to the Republic of South Sudan, it happened that I was out of the country. If I knew he had already come and I had his contract, therefore I would have known that he's already a part of us in the Republic of South Sudan, I would have given him. So, Your Excellency, please, Professor Tojel Khazin, forgive me for delaying that document. That document is not my personal property. It belongs to the people of South Sudan. Now that you are contracted by the government and people of South Sudan, I would very much willingly give you that document so that you can conclude your studies and inform us efficiently. Having said that, I don't want very much to take much of your time. I had wanted to make a presentation about the Jongole Canal, but I think most of us have known almost the whole history about it. I'm not going to bore you down by repeating what has been said by experts. We have made several presentations in the recent past, but what I would like to say is that from the history of the canal, the initiative started in 1904. From Egypt, then it was presented by the undersecretary in Egypt. It was presented to the government of Egypt. The government of Egypt did their own due diligence and they did their own studies. And they discovered that they cannot do this project alone without involving the Sudan. And they sold the idea to the Sudan, as you were seeing here in the documentary. When the Sudanese received this document, they took their time and also did their own study, independent studies, regardless of the studies which have already been concluded by the government of Egypt by that time. In their study, they discovered that they wanted to have and build Jebel Olia Dam, which started in 1925 and was concluded in 1935 to 1925 to 1937. That project was concluded, the Jebel Olia High Dam, and it was the highest of its kind. The intention is that if they succeeded to develop the Jongole Canal, they don't want Khartoum to get submerged. Now, for us as a sovereign country, are we going to rush to dissect and review this project without any study, as has been said by the previous study presenter, without doing due diligence? It's over 40 years now since 1978 or since 1983. We would like to ensure that we do our studies and see the benefits in the lands of the people of South Sudan first before we think of others. This is what the Bible says. Give to the Jews first and then to the Gentiles later on. These books come from the Middle East. So this is what we're going to do if we had the resources at our disposal. Probably what might tie us and move towards the Egyptians is if they were willing to give us the finances, then probably we might link to that direction. But as of now, I've not received any communication from our colleagues in the Joint Technical Cooperation Management Committee in South Sudan that they have the funding for that. If your excellencies have that information, you will be able now to inform the general public. So with regards to the Jongole Canal, this is the status. But as we speak now, we know that from Jongole Canal, water is discharging and going up to Malakal. I'm now grateful also that our presenters have submitted that we should not start the clearing of the aquatic weeds if they give us the approval from the Ministry of Environment, from Bentiu to Legno, but should also proceed up to Ankai. And I very much appreciate this because my fears were that since floodwater have no direction, if we start from Bentiu and it happens, the backflow as was shown by Dr. Ted Mamed, that water comes from Lake No and reaches Bentu Corner, this town will be submerged. I shared this idea with IOM. The guy from IOM says if this situation happens, he's going to escape from the country. Therefore, should we increase the exercise up to Wankai and probably beyond, should we have the resources, I think the river will be able to absorb any additional water coming from Lake No. I think, thank you very much. This is what I would like to submit as of now. His Honorable Minister had prepared a speech which he wanted to address to the ministers that time when he was alive. But I'm not a minister, I'm not going to present that one. I will, one time, the acting minister will do it in her own time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. While respecting the fact that we want to hear more, we have also to remind ourselves that the expert might respond later to some question that will be raised there. So, Your Excellency, allow me to welcome Honorable Joseph Bartola Perkan, the Under Secretary, Minister of Environment. And then, please, Honorable, when you finish, any direct Honorable Michael Mokwe.
Thank you, Moderator. Your Excellency, Riek Machar, First Vice President, Your Excellency, Dr. James Waniga, Vice President, Your Excellency, Taban Dengai, Vice President of the Republic, Honorable Ministers, and the Secretaries, the distinguished experts, the Secretariat, the media, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Presidency for organizing these public consultations. And this is my 5th day today attending these consultations. The genesis, or what brought us to this situation, is mostly the flooding that has affected 7 out of 10 of our states. This flooding can be attributed to the impacts of climate change. South Sudan acceded to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in 2014, and we negotiated the Paris Agreement. We know the impacts of climate change. Though as a country with negligible emissions, we are being impacted with these impacts of climate change in terms of floods, droughts, heat waves, loss of biodiversity, deforestation, and several other impacts. For us to prepare the country to mitigate and adapt to the impacts of climate change, we produced our first nationally determined contribution, and of late, we have produced our second nationally determined contribution that has been considered the best in the world. Now, in that nationally determined contributions, we have 2 sections, which is mitigation and adaptation. And in mitigation, we have 2 things. First of all, we like to have energy security. In that, we would like to generate 3,000 megawatts of clean energy from our hydro sources, solar, wind, and geothermal, and even LPG. If our refineries are working, we can produce gas for our people to be able to use it. Secondly, because 99.9% of our population depends on fuel energy and charcoal as the source of energy, we are doing a lot of deforestation in the country. We know that The majority of our people are now in the forest, cutting our trees and burning charcoal to make ends meet. In the adaptation, one thing that we have come up with is the adaptation to the impacts of climate change, and we have strategies for that. And also to change the mode of our agriculture to smart agriculture. We also look into the issue of early warning systems. And with that, I would like to report that 2 months ago, I was in Nairobi with ICPAC, which is the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center. And we are now in the process of establishing an early warning system in the country that will give us information or alert us of any adverse climate conditions. The ministry also produced the first national adaptation plan, and these documents were launched during the World Environment Day on July 4th. Regarding the Sudd Wetland, we have commissioned and we have conducted a rapid assessment of the Sudd Wetland, and the report was also submitted, and the ecosystem services and the evaluation of the Sudd Wetland is there, and it is one of the most important resource that we have as a country. The ministry has also produced the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan that will be used for the preservation, conservation, and management of our biodiversity in the country. I don't want to bore you with all this, but I would like to say flooding and droughts are going to be frequent because they're exacerbated because of the impacts of climate change. So we need to adapt and to mitigate to these calamities. Coming to the issue of what should we do, either we dredge or we do the clearing of the Bahr el Ghazal Basin, we in the ministry have a position that any project that needs to be implemented has to undertake a visibility study, an environmental and social impact studies. Why do I say this? We have experienced a lot of projects that have started in this country without those studies. And the Juba-Rumbek Road was one of them. The Juba-Bor Road is one of them. And now there is a construction of Juba-Torid Road, is another project that is ongoing without that study. Regarding the Juba-Rumbek Road, I remember we went for a meeting and I brought the issue up. And now it is only 2 weeks ago that we have received the environmental and impact assessment study for the road, for the whole road. And we are happy about that because we cried and now we have it. So what are we going to do with the directive of the president regarding the clearing or dredging of the Bahr el Ghazal Basin? As I said in the previous days, in these consultations, we in the Ministry of Environment have three things to do. There is a project that needs to address that. We have requested the Ministry of Water Resources to give us the project brief of actually what is supposed to be done in that area. Because we don't want to shoot in the air. We want actually to know there is a project brief, what is supposed to be done, the price, tag of it, and the coordinates for that project. And according to the recommendations that are there, my discussion with my colleague and the secretary, they are going to prepare that document soon, and we'll wait for it. So when we receive that document, what we will do as the Minister of Environment is to create a team of experts very soon. We send them to Bentiu. They will go and visit, because of now we have seen where the problem is from. The bridges that were constructed in the 90s have caused us these environmental problems. We know the Bentiu Bridge has blocked all the aquatic weeds to move, and also in Wankai and other bridges. So what are we going to do? So people should not be wary about the screening, scoping, and the development of terms of reference. These are the safeguards that every project has to go through. Even if you're going to get money from the World Bank, from anything, for any of your projects, you need it to be clear, to be environmentally sound. And what I would like to underscore, it's not going to be our experts in the Ministry of Environment to conduct those studies. We are going to have third party that will be doing it. So what we as a ministry will do, we'll do the screening. For example, when we go now and we see what is happening and all the problems with the bridges and all that have done that, if it's because of the aquatic weeds, from the screening alone, we might or we might not simply say no environmental social impact assessment is needed, and the clearing of these aquatic weeds by barras and everything should continue. And it can take very short time for us to do that. But if there are also other areas that are silted and blocked, that means, because we have known that there are impacts of dredging, there are positive impacts, there are negative impacts, that means a comprehensive study will be conducted, and engineering design will be conducted. The kind of equipment that will be used will be determined. The depth of the dredging will be determined, because we might think that we like to dredge it, but the backflow can become an issue. So this is the things that is going to happen. Then that well will need an extensive scoping that we'll do. We'll come up with the terms of reference. And after developing the terms of reference, a third party, independent consultancy firm, which has no interest in any side of the issue, will conduct the studies. The studies will be conducted. The reports will be submitted. When the reports are submitted, people go down for the validation and talk to the communities and tell them exactly the results of the studies. There, and I would like to underscore the most important thing, not that if any project has some detriment to the environment, we stop it. But if we can develop mitigation management plans that will be supervised with an oversight committee or an oversight body that will try to see the implementation of the project A to Z, and all the safeguards are there, and we know what is supposed to do with the mitigation, then that project will be approved, and all those mitigation plans will be put in place, and the ministry and staff, the experts, will be visiting the work and try to see that the adverse effects are addressed. So for us, as the concerned ministry, we will always from now on subject any of our projects to these studies, because for us not to have the impacts of what has happened now with the bridges that the oil companies have constructed those days, and now they have come up full circle to have us to get us this problem. And a solution to a problem will always come with better analysis of the problem and all that. So for example, if we didn't know, we didn't see what the Bentiu Bridge has done, we'll be knocking our heads. And my appeal to the people of Unity States, because I think since these presentations were live, people saw the bridge, they saw the weeds, and hundreds have jumped to the river in order to remove those weeds. And I think that is a safety concern because we have snakes, we have other aquatic animals, and we don't want to lose lives when people would like to save lives. So with that, I thank the experts, and we from the Ministry of Environment will start doing our work starting from tomorrow. And it's going to be all the environment line ministries that will be inviting some stakeholders, some national experts, and we put together a concept note and a roadmap such that this project will start. But I will underscore one again, we are looking for the submission of the project brief from the Ministry of Water Resources. Thank you, Excellencies, and thank you, Ministers, for listening.
Good afternoon, once again. I think from here on, most of my part is completed. Honorable Makwe is here representing the Office of the President, so the Presidency, on behalf of Dr. Marial. So I'd like to invite him to assist with the moderation through the Q&A. And then, Honorable Makwe, due to time factor, I'd like to submit 30 minutes to this exercise, if possible. And then we'll move from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the First Vice President, Excellencies, the Vice Presidents, my colleagues, the ministers, our land experts, all the participants. We are running out of time, of course, and I'm not here to represent anybody, but only to assist the moderators, because their level has stopped there, and from here it is me to call the ministers and the rest. So I'm only doing this thing on your behalf. Yeah, brothers and sisters, Excellencies, the main objective of conducting this process is to get informed, so that when we sit and decide, we decide from an informed position. I'm saying this because what we expect is to, if you have any inquiries, any questions, you can ask your questions. But we don't want you to come and tell us, this is what is supposed to be, because this place is not for decision making. When we sit in our cabinet, this is a time when we shall be sitting as a cabinet, and based on the information that we'll get here, we'll be in a position to deliberate and decide. So my request is that whenever you have any question or you have any comments, please limit yourself to the issues in question, so that we also make use of our time. We have been sitting here since morning, and tomorrow, I don't know if there is a cabinet also, so this will be gone days. So the floor is open for you here, where we'll get you later. But let us start from, let me start from there. Yes, please, when you get up, say your name and who are you? Mafi, Nathan? There is another mic. Yes, ask your question from where you are, so that we make use of time.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Shanjek. Mine will be one comment and one question. The comment I'm making here, Your Excellencies, protocol observed in Malbetao. Because of time, I will not just go into this long protocol. My comment is this, and I'm really happy with some presentations, and I'm not happy with some of the presentations, because when there's an issue here in this place or in a country, always leaderships of the countries decide on behalf of its people. And I'm even wondering, as somebody who comes from a unity state, when some of the experts try to do a presentation on the why the dredging, draining, and clearance is an issue. And some of them, they were actually here. None of them have even talked of the current environmental situation that's happening in our oil fields. We think that when the decision was made in the cabinet, it was basically made also based on the reports that brought to us by the Minister of Water and Irrigation. And many of us are aware of the flood that devastated all the areas in our country. And Unity State, the area of some areas in the Upper Nile, part of Warab, is namely Twitch, and areas of Mayanjur, were badly affected. So I'm saying, we have listened to your reports. It's good that there are other things that we can do, but I'm concerned that why we are mixing the issue of dredging with the issue of Jogule Canal at this particular time. This one is not I don't think that is needed here. We are here particularly on the issue of NAM dredging. One. The other thing, my question is to those who spoke, and they were saying that we need to do some assessment and all this. And our people now, they have been into that situation for the last 3 years. So you want them to continue suffering for another 3 years before you do your impact and environmental assessment? Thank you.
Yes, you have. If we continue the rate, then morning will get us here. Mushkila? Are we ready to say? We are ready to say everybody will be allowed to talk at will, provided that we don't go away. But if it is me, I would rather say, let us limit ourselves to our questions only. Yes. On this side?
Yes.
Okay, nobody? Come here.
Your Excellency, First Vice President, Excellencies, the Vice Presidents, the experts, Honorable Ministers, my colleagues, and the secretaries, I really wanted to thank the presentations that were presented this morning up to this afternoon. I'm called Suban Doruongo. I'm the Minister of Federal Affairs. First, I wanted to, I thank the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation for a very clear and elaborate highlight on the activities of the ministry, and particularly giving us a brief background on the whole issue in regards to the dredging and then Jongole Canal. Mine is specifically about the presentation which the experts actually presented to us, and particularly the professor. I was keen following actually the professor's presentation. It was enriching. However, when I went through, I realized that the conclusion is that there is no way these two projects can go ahead unless there are a number of studies conducted before these projects are conducted. But my concern is that when you check through, there are studies that were conducted some times back, and I don't know whether you have synchronized that. But the most important thing is that you will need to ensure that these studies go in line with the needs of the people who are involved or who are impacted. And if we don't do that, of course, it becomes a critical problem. But how do we get a positive way of trying to address this issue of the dredging as well as the Jongole Canal? Otherwise, we'll just be having this conversation all along, like the academia and all that, and we're not going to get a solution. The second question is, how do you feel as a child if you are born in one of these areas, either in Bentiu or in Jongole, or in some of these areas, if you are a child born during this time, how do you feel when you grow up? Will you fail to stay in this area if development is not done, particularly in reference to this water? Or you will think to go outside this area or migrate? Because the issue of the water and the challenges that people are moving through in this area actually force people to migrate, and that also is a big risk that need to be addressed. So I'm just looking to that, and I thought that is very important to take into this into consideration some of these critical issues. So let us drag this thing out from the political conversation, but we wanted it to be more technical in order to get good advice so that we as decision makers, we can zero on appropriate decisions that can help the country. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm Lilia Call, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Food Security. Your Excellencies and all the protocol remain observed. Thank you so much. I think the deliberations and the discussions have been really very informative. And for us in the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, because we travel a lot over the region, we've been to Bantiu and Malakal and those areas, so I can say we have seen firsthand the devastation. And also when we talk about the aquatic weeds and how they overtook the rivers in those areas. My question is, since the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation did extensive study that involved all the stakeholders, and we can agree to call it dredging or clearing or cleaning these aquatic weeds, is there a way that this can be done as a short-term solution? Because listening to discussions, it seems that we need short-term intervention now, medium-term and long-term. And the short-term intervention would be to clear these aquatic weeds. And it's very important, especially for the people who are affected. And we have seen what is happening in Bantiu today, people jumping into the rivers to do the clearing themselves. Is that possible as the process of feasibility studies and more studies take place? And finally, I'm glad, by the way, the Honorable Undersecretary of Environment presented his views today on behalf of the ministry. And I think if this was done at an earlier stage, we wouldn't be here today. I think part of the confusion was that we were emotional, and some of the statements that came out from concerned institutions like the Ministry of Environment added to the confusion and where we are today. But I'm glad he was able to change that. And this is the language that we need from our experts so that when time comes, we don't be carried away with emotions and lose the direction. Thank you.
Thank you. That was, yours was a commentary. Yes.
Thank you very much. I was also here for the first 3 days, and this is my fourth day here. So I have listened to some of these presentations prior to today. I have a comment, but I have a question, and this is addressed to Professor Taj Al-Khazin. Let me also recognize the protocol. First, let me remind us of a statement that was said by one of our water experts here. And this is important. I want to, just because he said any water, and this is here, he said any water, like we have the White Nile here, the water that is running does not belong to us. The only water that belongs to you or to us would be the water that we have stored. We are managing and we are controlling for our use. I think this was a very wise statement to say, because we are assuming that since the White Nile is running across our country, then it belongs to us. What belongs to us in it is what we will capture through probably what our first Vice President said earlier. One of the four things: development and management of our waters. The other thing that I want to say, and this is the question: why, Professor Khazin, why are you suggesting that if we are to build a dam, we build it in Ethiopia on the River Barrow, rather than building it in the Republic of South Sudan, where we can have control of it and management of it? I also heard the other day people talk of control of the waters coming from the Equatorias to be managed from Lake Albert, which is Uganda. So where would our controls be as a people and as a nation and as a government? I think this is, I want to say something small about water security. And it's very important not to misconstrue this. It is not a function of any single institution. Rather, it's a function of the whole national government. And this is important. The institution of national security brings us intelligence, whether economic intelligence on regards to our natural resources, and gives us advice on where the dangers are and the risk and so on and so forth. But each institution, each ministry is responsible to safeguard that national interest. And this is going to surface on our security sector white paper. It will be well addressed there. Now, one last thing. What's happening in Unity State when you see people endangering their lives is precisely what my sister just mentioned here on the reaction on a decision that we, as members of Council of Ministers, adopted when it came from the Ministry of Water and Irrigation. And we accepted that decision and we had a resolution to it. Then there was an outcry. And the people in that state, and not only that state, in affected areas, feel that nobody really cares about them. And that is a challenge for this country, for us as a nation. I heard people here make statements saying that it's only the people of Unity State who are crying. Why are we not then crying on their behalf when we know they're in that desperate situation? Why then we're theorizing a lot, and not connecting it to their plight, whether it's in Unity State or Jonglei State or wherever. We're still feeling the impact of the floods. The crisis have reached southern border, eastern Equatoria, central Equatoria, because of that. So our decisions, we appreciate very much this dialogue to put things right. But also it's important to point out, that when the decisions were taken, and this is why I was insisting earlier that we want to hear from the Ministry of Water and Irrigation, because they've given us a presentation with all the areas, some of the things that are being discussed here. And I felt they should have been given an opportunity to give us a full presentation of what they have presented and persuaded us with, because it was not void of an environmental impact assessment. This was part of what was presented to us. So it is not fair for us to be talking that a decision was taken disregarding the future and an environmental impact assessment. That's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, and our expert high table. Mine is one is comment and one question. My name is Madud Biar. I'm Minister of Transport. There are other things that concerns the ministry, the head. My first comment is, of course, goes back because some issues were raised a long time ago, like question of Jonglei Canal. And the issue of Jonglei Canal is a very long history that started in 1904. But in 70s, when the government in Sudan started to implement the Jonglei Canal, this is where a lot of political problems started. We participated in demonstration in various towns in South Sudan, and some actually got killed. And this is where the SPLM, SPLA put this issue as also a political problem and become a political objective of the liberation. It happened those days when the manifesto of the SPLM, SPLA of liberation, it happened, and some of majority of them are here. The first three vice presidents here, they were part of that liberation. And it happened, Comrade Taban, who is the vice president, was also a political commissar during a struggle, disseminating
objective of the SPLM, SPLA, and teaching the recruits, the liberators, about the importance and the objective of Jonglei Canal. Some of us, I was also a political commissar and become an instructor of a political school. So what I want to bring to attention here, of course, we are not going to decide here about the Jonglei Canal, but if there are corrections or a change of things that we are going to introduce into Jonglei Canal after the liberation, I think it will go back to those who are fighting in the liberation. People lost their life. We achieved our independence. And then now if we want to change, we will go back, discuss, and bring it to the people of South Sudan, those who lost their dear ones during the liberation. The objectives of liberation, Jonglei Canal is included, so that we come back with an informed position, so that we tell the people of South Sudan, now we are changing because of this, considering also the advice and the recommendation from the experts. Because previously, we were given a shallow education that the Sudd, the wetland in South Sudan, create evaporation. And that evaporation is a waste. That was what we have been taught. It was a waste of water. And now, Jonglei Canal should be dug so that it go to, we don't waste evaporation. But now we are being informed by the expert that that waste of water, which used to be waste, now it become a good thing for Western Equatoria, Bahr el Ghazal, and I could also add this green land, these thick forests of DRC. I think they are getting from a northwest wind or east-west wind going to Western Equatoria, and from west wind east to Ethiopian island. You see also heavy rains are coming there, pouring there in Ethiopia. So it is not a waste this time. And this is a scientific thing that we should also look into when we go there. Sudd also, we have been informed even by the Dutch that this swamp that you have in South Sudan, if we are given opportunity, our companies, because they are proud of reclaiming water from the sea, they said we can even turn it into a paradise whereby human beings, those who are living there in the Sudd areas with their livestock, life, they will all share without being affected. So these are issues that we should also look into when we go to the next level. My question is, has the minister concerned of river transport, navigation is part of our plan in the ministry. Yes, Bantu area is very much affected. And that effect should not be seen as the problem of the people of Bantu or people of Jonglei. It is affecting us even here in Juba, even here in Freedom Hall, where we are now discussing this issue. What are the effects? One, we have a refinery in Bantu. It is producing oil products. There is nowhere to evacuate them to the market, to where people need them for usage. One example here in Juba, we have a power station whereby electricity now is very, very expensive because we are importing fuel from Kenya. So in our plan in the infrastructure cluster, we were thinking also of how to evacuate those products from the refinery to the market all over the country. But we have been faced with a sediment, siltation along the river channel. So that is the question. We have discussed even with the Minister of Environment, and what was said was true. We need a feasibility study so that we make dredging. Dredging, as the expert said, dredging for the benefit of the people that will not impact negatively to the country and to the people is advisable. Only that we have not done enough feasibility study, and we need urgent things that so that we evacuate those things. So this is an area that we need advice from your people, your expert. People are affected there. If we dredge, the river will flow back and even will reduce, because what is flooding now, the Unity State, is actually the steep current from the main Nile going through, and there is no a push from River Barakazal because of the blockage, and that the river, the current from White Nile is the one now pushing back the water to the Unity State. So we have a dilemma. If we dredge, this is according to what I hear, if we dredge, more water will go to Bantu. If we don't dredge, it still is taken on there. So we need also your advice before we take a decision. It is my concern of people of Bantu as the Minister of Transport, even the food or the trade that is being done now. Traders, they take goods with a plane, which is making it very expensive there. But if there is a river navigation, things will go down. And also we bring goods from there. So thank you very much. Advise us on what we do about the dredging so that we help both who are affected in the flood areas and also in the highland like this place. Thank you very much.
Yes, colleagues, we were given only 30 minutes to talk. Now we are almost 1 hour. And of course, if I stop some of you now, it will be a problem. Mushkida? أنا بديكم فرصة بعد شوية. Okay.
Thank you. I want to give a proposal. Unless the experts are leaving tonight, unless we will not have this facility tomorrow, we can, I have not seen the agenda for the Council of Ministers. Is there one? Sent to you? I haven't got it. Oh, I just got it. I was going to propose that why don't we sit tomorrow so that they can have a chance to ask their questions, comments, and the experts listen to them. Yes. But since there's Council of Ministers tomorrow, then why don't we go for another 2 hours? Thank you.
We'll go for more than 2 hours if we so wish. Yes, Your Excellency, I quite agree with you, but unfortunately we are already informed that there is a cabinet meeting tomorrow. So we need to finish tonight, and whatever we leave behind, we'll go and complete it in the cabinet. Because what is needed from us here, what we need here is to be fully informed. We are not required to decide here. Be fully informed, and then we go and discuss it in our place. This is where some of these opinions which have been expressed now even will be said there. So I'm appealing to you, colleagues, instead of, yes, hi, Kalazi, Zolak Deshalo. Continue, Dictor.
Thank you very much. I'm Dio Matuk,
Minister of Investment. Thank you for chance, Honorable Michael. Actually, we spent all these hours here waiting to interact with our experts because we were told that the cabinet is going to interact with the experts. We were not told to come and ask questions. Otherwise, some of us would have left them, write and send them, and then we go away. But the session has been really very fruitful, and I want to thank them very much for the opinion that they have been providing to people of South Sudan. And I want to agree with the recommendations which were actually forwarded to us in the last session by the former Undersecretary Level, and I believe that is the way we should go. Because the central point all these 5 days has been whether the science should lead or the politicians. The question of feasibility studies has been crucial in implementing those projects. And we have seen a lot of failures in those projects, including the one mentioned just now, the issue of refinery in the Unity States failed because there was no feasibility study. That is why there was no access road to evacuate the product to consumption areas. There was no even storage facility in order to store the product which is going to be produced. Your Excellency, the Vice President, who is the leading personality in this hall, since we have our independence, I think we need to revise a lot of projects. Not only the water resource management, even the oil production and exploration. The intention upon which the oil was exploited during those days was not the intention that the people of South Sudan would like to see and develop their country. Therefore, it must be reviewed. We must have to review those projects and see into it that we have a feasibility studies to those projects such that we prevent the environmental degradation which is now going on in the oil producing areas. We have a lot of issues also we need to discuss as a nation. The water resource management is one of them, and we have seen maybe it was triggered by the flood and the people who are affected in our eye. But there are so many issues. One of them is the land use and management. The land use and management is the one killing our people now. And by the way, it's threatening our existence as a nation and our unity as a one country. We must have to bring those issues into forum like this, so that we discuss them in very transparent way and then come up with the modality solution. You have told us something really very important, that we must have to be transparent. And maybe the absence of transparency is the reason why there is outcry now in South Sudan when this issue of dredging came up. I was surprised to hear now that there are equipment and machinery which were actually brought from the Egypt as a gift to the country, to people of South Sudan, and they were not announced. Me, myself, as a member of the economic cluster, I didn't know this. I thought it was actually a rumors, passed in the social media, but to find it now, it is reality. It should be announced. The Egyptians have been announcing what they used to give to people of South Sudan, including medications. When they bring medicine, they are announced here at the airport, the camera go there, and then they are shown. Why not these things is not announced? And this is where the problem comes, Your Excellency. We must have to be transparent in addressing the issues of this country. Otherwise, I want to thank the experts very much. And my question is that, should the public consultation lead or the feasibility studies? Which one should come first?
Should we have feasibility studies? After that, we can make a public consultation based on land study, or we should start with the public consultation and then now go for feasibility studies. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, you take notes, experts. Each of you should pick his own question. Get prepared, and you'll be given the chance to respond. Yes, what we are doing now is public consultation. So there is no way where you will ask again, which one comes first. Public consultation is already ahead. And this is what we are doing now. So we have put the cart before the horse, and it is too late. We will go to the other issues later. Yes.
My name is Awut Dengachwil. I'm the Minister of General Education and Instruction. Your Excellency, the first Vice President and Vice President, all my colleagues, the protocol observed. I really want to thank the expert. This presentation today made it clear the knowledge that our experts can bring on the table to give us an opportunity to make a decision that based on information. And information is power to drive a decision. So for me, when I look at Western Equatoria, the greenery, for me, I called this wetland is a blessing for South Sudan. And if it is a blessing for South Sudan, this is a resource that is supposed to be passed from generation to generation. And we, as South Sudanese, must find a way to protect it for a heritage while making use of it. So, listening to presentation, even the ministry concerned, the Ministry of Water and Irrigation has said it clear, unless I did not hear it well. He said he has advised the minister that let us start with clearing and cleaning, not dredging. And I think feasibility study that has been proposed is we must avoid mistake that we have made. There are roads which were built before the independence, which blocked actually the waterways. And when you block a natural path of water, then you create a problem. And that is why our villages are flooded. Even those places who have never seen flood is because the waterway, the natural path has been blocked. So feasibility study is to help us avoid those mistakes. And it is a must that it has to be done, and then we make our decision. Development must not also create an impact that is negative. There must be a development that will help the people to progress. So I will say the recommendation that has come from the experts, I think we need to listen carefully to this and see how best we can develop a roadmap in doing things step by step until we get to the right place. It is said that our communities are living in waters right now, but there are successful stories in many countries that we can learn from how to manage these water resources. As the first Vice President said, how do we control them? But not making decision in a rush in development that is making negative impact to our population. This is one thing. We have seen Road of Barazal, a good example of bridge in Bentiu, and there are many projects that have a negative impact on our population. So I will go in line with the recommendation of experts and giving a room to those experts to come up with a clear steps of recommendation of what should be done in short term, mid term, long term. development doesn't come one day. So that is the first on the issue of dredging. If I have heard from the ministry concerned, then we should be concerned on how to help the ministry conduct feasibility study and recommendation to fund them. There is no way you can give this national project outside without funding it with your own resources. So that is my first on the issue of dredging. The second, on Jongole, I don't remember when Jongole Canal was discussed. And since there is a recommendation before that it has to be reviewed, I think we should review those recommendations made by the ministries concerned, done by experts, to make sure that it's actually address the public interest. In any country, you must put your interest first before you think about other people's interests. Yes, the Nile does not belong to us, but what is the interest of South Sudan in this water Nile? And how can we make use of wetland without destroying it? Because we have a generation to come. So I think the issue of Jongole Canal needs a comprehensive visibility study. It needs consultation with our people. It does not belong to government alone. Anything that affects the people, the government facilitates, as we did during the liberation struggle. We facilitated our people to vote for independence. We did not make decision on their behalf. They made decision on their own. So that will be my stand. And I think since this is a forum where you can express your opinion, not making a decision, then people should be allowed to do that. Because that is what we are here today, is to listen to the experts, but also put a way forward in terms of how we proceed from here later on through this consultation. And I think the local, our people in those areas which are affected, their voices must be heard. Their voices must be heard. Whether they are women, whether they are chief, whether they are children, their voices must be heard on what is going to be their interest in this whole discussion. So I beg to stop here, and I totally agree that legal instrument will help us also to participate with the region and with international community in those transboundary waterways. Otherwise, South Sudan interest first.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think we have had enough time. And now from here, I'm moving to Vice President General Taban to come and give his own observations. Don't worry. No, there ain't no good. Last one in a good.
السيد نائب الأول لرئيس الجمهورية السيد الدكتور جيمس وانيغا نائب رئيس الجمهورية الإخوة الوزراء الحضور الكريم. You don't speak Arabic, Mishra? Arabic ما في. Okay. I agree with. I attended today, and I wish I was allowed to be here for 5 days. Because I can't hear a Kelem with him Africano. He's my friend, I think he knows. He has his different idea, and I have my different idea. But it's good that we have agreed today. The fact that into Hofstem in Nasdale, by the way, you may be told today, girl, please don't shout himself. So when you see them jamming to river, they are actually expressing. They are sending a message to. They have been told the government have stopped cleaning of the river. They are sending their concern. And I will talk of the history of cleaning the river. And I'm direction the cave. And I went into dictionary, by the way. I saw the meaning of dredging in dictionary. Taban it start from the simple thing it is that it is cleaning or deepening. And then you go to other stages with that dredging. Let us talk of cleaning the river. Let us forget completely about issue of dredging until our expert tell us what. But let me tell you through the history of cleaning the river. For your information, Babur used to come from Kosti, Bemchi Malakal, Bemchi Nasser, Bemchi Akobo, Bemchi Fibor. You the expert with the transport and expert with the environment. You know this. Babur used to go up to Pibor. As a Fimunu, in Sudan, who will think that Babur can go to Pibor. Babur used to go to Gambela. I can refer you to Upper Nile, they call it Upper Nile book or what? Handbook, Upper Nile handbook. You will get the name of all these steamers. All these steamers, you will get the name of those steamers. Babur used to come from Malakal, Bemchi Bantu. It goes to Mashra. Mashra da inu yin nisim. Na barga jalu man bisemu Mashra achol. Ibn nahna na Bantu bisemu Mashra achol. Lakin fi document bitana isu Mashra rek. You know rek da shunu da ma rek. Da raqiq. Da mal kan bishilu fogu raqib. And actually the station was stormed by Denkan where they captured it. The people zalani min tujar with Abid. They captured it, they killed kul nas al fi naga jalaba wa truck. Then they kill all of them. So they revived that port. It's a very important port, the state of Warab. Babur used to go up to those places, Wankai, Mashad, and he used to go to Gogrial. When Gogrial Tamshi Lawao. Let me not talk about Equatorial because this is history that is, you know, all of you. That Babur used to come to Juba. But those places, because they are too remote, you may think that Babur ma can do show. And then another come to Babur. And I trust, even say the race them so. Race of Bakir can yaw guide Jitan. Biju Babur without yaw the come to Babur. What we need, we just need that cleaning. Clean that river, so Babur him Chitan again. Until you come to that sophisticated stage, you call it dredging or you call it what? I don't know. Clean the river, please. Now, this cleaning of the river, it was started. Where's my, you see those equipment. This was during my time when I was governor of Unity State. They were brought to me. I'm told they are donation with Egypt. I saw them, they are very good equipment. Yes. It is just the same excavator, American cat excavator. The only difference between this and the other excavator, it is called a long reach. Without a wheelchair. And there are many long reach, by the way, in the river, in the oil industry. They use it for cleaning sometime at their port, Malafogu Brazil Mutamda. Dr. Liam, when he was vice president, he came to me in Bantu. There was another station for wow. We did the launching. And where you sing and is clean between Kuri and that area. Is that part that we clean? It is the part that we clean using those equipment. But during the crisis of 2013, actually, we launched it. It was very successful. Then Dr. returned to Juba, promising that you people are going to send us engineers to continue with the work. Then we went into the crisis of 2013. This equipment was vandalized. What the Egyptians did again, through the support of Baimandis and those of Glenjakor and then Minister Manawa actually came and built on something which is old. They imagined it. An agreement of so they have supplied the same equipment. The Egyptian they are supplied the same equipment. Birbudul Baburat, so that they are handed over to you, and you are trained with equipment that you don't know how to operate them. To take bus Ashabanil, well, a year goes out with Shilabara, Babur Yam Shitran. So please, you help those people. They are really suffering. Why don't you know? Somebody, Fizol Kalamfi, I think, I don't know whether Africano or the uncle Joshua Dow. Why minimum got very brilliant idea? Gal yak another lay go to Fimoya. Why don't you relocate them? And I put okay, Africana there, low there I betau. I'm the like who and the sea betana, let them take us to Lobara. If you will give us a place for Lobara, huh? El Madak Makway Mabagar. It is even a healthier place. Answer in Jomoyada. So as well. And now there are about 2 million or 3 million. It will show win. Who will accept them? Now border was sitting and can't join if he Mahalda fi Kotoreni. We were still solving that problem up to today. Wait. By the way, the Musha will marry, you know, Nadjikanya Mashala East and Mashala East and where they migrated because of floods. Kanu Jarim and Falat. The Jikai wanted to go west Filawel so that they go to Bargazal. They were blocked by Bull and Tweet. So they had to go to Ruang. Then from Ruang they continued up to east and west. So it is that Falat that El Shilum and Bara. And I think cleaning the river, just like you, the three ministries, you are three: the environment, the river, water, and then transport. Three of you, please, just form your technical committees. Magalo Gibel Africano, send the technical people to Bantu. Let them go and assess, see the machines. Are they really sophisticated, or they are just normal machines? Then you take over, clean the river. Meanwhile, you do our sophisticated social assessment, in fact, and then studies for what to do, so that we make real use of our rivers in future. Right? I'm up to this one. It is very urgent, please. Very urgent, not only to us, but that's petroleum product that we can use for Juba. And Babura said, it cannot come to Juba. Can only stay in Mangala. But if you do this kind of cleaning, Babur may come back to Juba, and then product can come from northern Sudan, Fabrang, to the population centers, the places of consumption. This is the only thing that we need. Meanwhile, you do your study, you'll tell, look, River Bitanada is a highway. Let us increase our capacity with Baburat Bitana. Instead of using very small boats, we can increase the capacity. So nobody is against the sophisticated scientific studies on how to do more in-depth dredging in Mustaqbal. Lakinasa, just clean the river. And it was being done by the British, by the way, every year, even the Sudanese, every year. Even during war that Jalaba were doing the cleaning of Yechutam. Now, when they got a lot of resistance in Bahar, that's when they came with that bridge. The bridge that was shown. It was built actually for purpose of Yechutam, Sudan. It's not to serve the Muatinin. Our Biljaz was given studies, very scientific, good studies, not by Southern Sudanese engineers, but by Sudanese engineers. They gave him studies, build a very tall bridge so that barges pass through. But he refused. That one in Matthew, and then another one in Wankai. Fizol Bordo, one of the South Sudanese Kalamfi social media girl, if the Egyptians are helping South Sudanese, okay, let them build the two bridges. So Baburium, if Taubar, Baburium, this is a good suggestion. About the issue of Egyptian. Calamity Egyptian, Harb Kalazinta. It is true we were mobilized. Not only Jungle Canal alone, looking for politicians and could afford more salt and sugar. Galo, they are coming to settle 2.5 million, 3 million By the way, nena naza kuna guiding na kala majon gara ma we asan intakal nena ma sana bulo Egyptian yom dagda. Was it true or not true? Gala Jongule Canal is true. Lakin ma can keep farmers. How can we mobilize? We have to sugarcoat it. The do sugar shoya. Al harb intaha. Let us not behave with the Egyptian like calamity with Anwer. Fi wai nwera musabel fi sama gaisu shur da jama'a tani biyarfo. Dai zai sama gasu lakin no tani kidis shur. Azol legal ya kana ma bakul shur, it is my totem. Lakin shurba bitaw. Ana bashar shurba bitaw. Let us not treat Egypt that way. And I have been asking myself for all this discussion, where are the Egyptian experts? Why they are avoiding our discussion always? And they are supposed to be people with interest on the water of Nile. Let them not fear us. They should come and tell us why they need the water. And why they need water. We should not avoid discussing with them. Sure, we go for education in Egypt. As a one good feel hold us, come not much in Egypt for studies. And today they are our scientists. We go for medication in Egypt. Some of us have settled in Egypt. By the way, after war, and I think Egyptians are doing also a good thing that were done by our African brothers during war. We should not ignore this. One day you may be compelled. One day, suppose the Muslims do matter. As I'm told, no. 50% of their population, well, 70% of their population, mind Umoya. One day, as human being, born as members of the Nile, you may be compelled that give them water. But I will be asking Mugabe Shunu, water to Egypt for what? Comrade Al Mahalis Musad region, the most backward South Sudanese of this country, they are in the Sudd region. You know المشاكل في هناك ده. They will not understand أنه المطر في وسط إكواتوريا ده قال عشان مويه من قاعدين فوق ده. They will not understand مويه المطر في إثيوبيا ده. It is because of the Sudd that where they are in. They are backward. Very backward. But there are people that we have never seen Arabia, by the way, in those places. You go to those remote islands with a Punjab areas there. في ناس لسه ما تشوف عربيه ممكن يكون شافوا طياره ماشيه بفوق ده وبابور بيمشي ببحر لكن عربيه لسه ما شافوه. They are backward. If they are giving you greenery in the other part of the country of South Sudan, what is that? مستقبلهم شنو? Did you ask yourself about interest بتاعهم شنو? You also discuss their interests. Right? أنا Zaman, I was told maybe they could misleading and can be the student as a Professor Taj because they were our teachers. The woman can be a lamuna. I mean, Somalinian, the Junubin can listen to teachers. We were told no, and motor rigi fi Monta Sududa, Gal Ismu Amtar to Saudi. Amtar to Saudi, you can translate for my local, you don't know. They Amtar to Saudi. I was never told no, and motor rigi fi Congo da. Girl, it is because of our set. Because I know if Congo feel more actor men. More bita Congo basin they come more compared to our Nile. There's no comparison. And Gabad if Congo da compared to Gabad Betana, there's no comparison. I need to be convinced. But it's a good idea. This is one day I will sit with you or in a class like this one. Prove to us real and motor BGP DRC Congo da well it is because of our set region. But and motor BGP Sudd region, that's why we have a very heavy rain in these areas. Because it is this evaporation that goes up and then return as moisture. But look, what we are discussing, the interest with our national interest with our Magala would give it. The Nile passes through us. I say we have national interest on it. Can we if we are really rational South Sudanese? Can we disagree about the importance of Nile transport? It's a real bit of Nahar. It is the cheapest. You cannot compare Nile transport in terms of efficiency, lower cost. You cannot compare it to Sigahadid. You cannot compare it to road. You cannot compare it to air. That's why in Europe, they have not abandoned. They have not abandoned the night transport up to now. River transport in Europe is not abandoned. But can you look, see the level of development of their roads, their railways, their airports? I'm aware there are British among you here. I'm aware that the River Rhine is being cleaned and enriched every year. They do the dredging every year so that it takes the capacity. So let us not, I think in South Sudan, Adama Kuni are the country that can compare with us in terms of God-given highway as Nile, more than us. Let us make use of the Nile for transport. Not to pollute it, of course. Not to pollute it. Actually, if you studies with Europe, they talk a lot about their fear of maybe when transport improve on the Nile, that it should not pollute the pollution in the Nile. Please, you start with the 30 kilometers, and then we see the effect without. Meanwhile, you are doing your study, then we continue to Wankai. I'm not even talking about don't fear very much about the backflash, because I have seen breaching that we have done clean on that river. It was clean. I have not seen a very severe backflash of water coming from the Legno to submerge Bantu or Rupkona. Once again, I've really unfortunate that I came the last day. I had wanted actually to talk a lot about on this forum, but expert, I thank you. Anna, my joke, I don't know whether he has presented his ideas, his thesis, what he is researching. He has very good ideas. My fear is where do we get the money to implement? But very good ideas. The issue of you call it artificial lake or you call it what? He has an artificial lake, and he has another one in the South region actually. Please, I'm one of your students. One day when you finish with your modeling, I want to see the meaning of this modeling. I think it's very good. I want to see, and I trust that your finding will get it that this South region will be alive onward. But to conclude, let me also quote what he said this morning. Water is gold. Water is gold. Nobody who gave his gold free. If water is gold, then anybody interested in water, you send me an abandon, let me go negotiate with such person. Because I know I'm handling gold. Otherwise, I said, this is a good day. You risk going to three of you, risk another tabantu.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I really appreciate the presentation you made. It was educative as well as informative. Your Excellency, yes, it is true. During our old days, which may be new to most of you here actually, kan fi wa bur zaman ismu Abu Anja. Raja bita Jongule, Sura bita Jongule Canal. Yes, this Jongule Canal, it is full of water. People now are unable to cross. Aye. Yeah. Zaman, during those days, there were steamers. One of them was called Abu Anja, another was called Nasir. But then earlier there was a Wabur Sagair called Willet. All these were steamers that have been traversing this area, Kulu. They were not just moving like that. They had been moving because of the dredging, which today turn out to be a different terminology, and we have now accepted to call it clearing. But what I knew those days, it was dredging. And as long as it is clearing only, the removal of all the obstacles Now, if you go here to the key, the port which was built, it is now in the dry. The Minister of Transport knows it. You can now cross on foot to the island. Why? Because of these sediments. Sedimentation has taken over everything. Wabur is not coming to Juba. And it is coming up to Mangala, and may not come to Mangala again, may stop at Bor. And for Unity State, Wabur, as stated earlier, had been going up to Wow. It does not come now to Bentiu, even to the bridge. And this is simply because of lack of dredging or clearing, to put it right. And the problem is not the bridge, as some of you have been stating it. The problem is not the bridge, because before the bridge is even blocked, from the bridge to Lake No is blocked. And if you go to Bentiu today, you will see the house of the governor. I think by next year it may be taken over by water. All these are problems we are living with. The children of Kobo and Pibor have never seen Wabur again. They have never seen a steamer. All these are problems that we are living with. And above all, by the way, waterways transport is the cheapest in the world. Why are we avoiding it and making our people to suffer? Why don't we clear these waterways so that the goods are taken to them and sold to them in a cheaper way? It is unfortunate that the dredging those days was being done without any environmental studies. And I have not seen any environmental negative impact for those days. And at present, we are saying no, feasibility studies must be conducted. All the projects must have feasibility studies first, so that we know the negative impact. Yes, it is true, but this should not be at the expense of the people, because it is human being first, then come others. And by the way, to add to your word, water is not gold, but it is life. Water is life. That is true. But when it becomes a problem, then you must find how best you can live with that water. And it is our duty as a government to find out how best we can live with this water. This is the situation in which we are. Our presenters, you have had so many questions. I'm sure some of you, all of you, everyone must have picked his or her own question. So the floor is yours now to respond to some of the so the floor is yours now. May you kindly respond to the concerns of the members before we go down to the closing session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President McQueen. As for the first question, any study must have the positive impact on the stakeholders at mind. When you don't go for a study that you have indications at the outset that's not going to be useful. Also, I want just to comment quickly on the issue of capacity and differentiate capacity from an institutional capacity. You can train the people if they don't have cars, if they don't have laptops, if they don't have offices, What are they going to do? So when we are talking about empowering the two main ministries, we should have at heart developing their institutional capacity, and without elaborating, there are donors that may be willing to do that, and I will discuss this with Dr. Riak sometime in the future. If you want to clean or dredge, forget about the semantics. If you want to dredge or clean up to 120 centimeters, that is 4 feet, be my guest, as of tomorrow morning, do the whole river, makes no difference. Because this is the draft of the vessel that used to run in the Nile, in the White Nile, since 1913. The River Transport Corporation was established in 1912, and it became fully operational in 1913. The draft of all the vessels, the pontoon or the boat, is 4 feet, 120 centimeters. Some of the equipment, and I have seen some of the specifications because I managed to get the bill of lading from Arkeen. The dredgers are 50 tons each. There are 2 dredgers that are 50 tons each. That's massive. And we need to see the equipment, and I'm really delighted that Brother Emmanuel now has agreed to release the technical cooperation agreement for the study. It is for the people of South Sudan. I am not interested in it, but I need to study so that I give you better advice if you need it. For Sister Angelina, why don't we build the dam inside South Sudan? Once the barrow crosses, it is in black soil at the top and sand underneath. It is very expensive to build dams like that. If you remember, at one point, Egypt was threatening to bombard the Gerd. The Ethiopians were laughing. The reason is that Egypt did not have the type of airplanes or the type of bombs to go to the base of the dam. You can destroy, the top is really cosmetic for you to pass and so on. But the basis of any dam is the foundation. And if that foundation is not on rock, it can be very expensive. The substitute to that, if one day we become very rich and we want to do our own dam in that area, then we need to do what they call piles. The piles could go down 50, 60, 70 meters. This is concrete to be driven down to supplement for the lack of a rock formation on which the dam is to be built. There is no crystal balling. None of us has a crystal ball to know if we do this, we are going to do that. And I think that this is structured form of consultations should be very useful for us. The terms of reference that I have are very simple. They are very clear as well, that this is with community consultation, citizens consultation. So all of us here who claim to be experts, national and international, who are here only to give information that might not be available in the general community. There was a question, which should come first, studies or public consultations? They are not a substitute. And what public consultations are you after? Sometimes a certain department or a certain government falls in a ditch, they make a mistake, and then they do the public consultations to cover up. That's one approach. You can also do public consultations by polling, P-O-L-L-I-N-G, when you go around with forms and so on, and you poll the people. But even the results of the polling, they are not scientific, they are social. They give you an indication. And my last comment There are no personal.
We come first or the vice versa?
Sorry?
We come first or vice versa?
No, I think the consultation, it all depends what you want it. If the government or a government made a mistake and they would like to, well, now let us go to the citizens. That's one way of doing it, and certainly it comes before the project, and the project should hold. If it is at the outset of thinking of the project, then you need to define why do you want the consultations. Because the public, this is not Switzerland. In Switzerland, anything is put to public consultations. If they say no, it is no. It's a very strange system. This is not the case in other parts of the world. So we need to define what public consultations we want to do. My last comment is that, and this is about what I call the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is always Egypt. And I would say there are no permanent friends, there are no permanent enemies, there is always permanent interest. Where does our interest as South Sudan lies? So let us not go into that area which can be very divisive. I think first of all we need to define what are our interests, stroke common interests, stroke interdependencies. You don't make a relationship with someone who doesn't give you an equitable trade. You want my water? Fine. You are brothers in humanity, I will give you my water. However, there has got to be an equitable return for that. So we need to bear in mind at all times that our driving motor, our driving force is the interest of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. I just want to clarify about 2 points. I want to add a bit to what Taj said. Even if you want to have resources in order to do pile foundation, in order to do your own storage downstream in plains, we are encouraged. We are encouraged. The whole world has been talking. The dam should be built upstream because a river is like a mother. The mother feeds all the children, the firstborn, the secondborn, and the rest. So, like now we have a very good project. We was developed through Eastern Subsidiary Action Program under intro. That project is called Bara Akobo, so bad multi-purpose water resources study. Our own source release was the regional coordinator for this project, Mr. Jackson Moso. And this project had identified a number of hydropower sites in Ethiopia because of the terrain. And these hydropower sites will generate electricity that will be shared between South Sudan and Ethiopia. And then the water that they have generated electricity will still be used downstream in the floodplains of Gambela and South Sudan. So for our movement for studies in water, many experts have been begging the Nile riparian, and that is the reason, the basis of NBI, to say there is no reason to quarrel at all. And I can quote a Egyptian professor called Buyumi Atia, who said, no for competition, yes for cooperation. So this one is good to encourage cooperation. So something called reservoir operation to coordinate how much water is coming is what is important. And having said this, I want to correct one important thing from the mind of our South Sudanese public and leaders. Uganda has no storage dam. Uganda has hydropower dam. And these hydropower dams are based on natural outflow from Lake Victoria, which has got a fixed grading curve. When the water is observed is going to be above their rating curve, they don't have capacity to store it, because Lake Victoria is not a reservoir for storage. It's a natural system, and with the power of Egypt long ago, they agreed with them about the natural outlet of Lake Victoria. So, if the water comes to South Sudan too much, it's not that the Ugandans have allowed the water. It's that the Lake Victoria has received more rainfall and the lake level has risen. Even the big rich people of Uganda who ventured into the shores of Lake Victoria, they pay dearly when the lake rises. Lastly, we share the same rainfall with the DRC, with the Central African Republic, but the boundary is on the water divide. So it's the same rainfall basically, but ours will come this way, that will go the other way, and that is the water of Baragazan. Last is the cooperation with Egypt is very important. And during my time with my ministers and their mentorship of the leadership of this country, I has embraced the cooperation. But what is destroying cooperation is the suspension of Egypt, by participation of NBI, and seeking bilateral tracts with South Sudan for a transboundary river, which is linked to Ethiopia, linked to DRC. So we don't have a storage site. The best storage site for Barjabel is on Lake Albert, shared between Uganda and DRC. And if we add ourselves, we can develop a storage that can attenuate, that can dampen the peak of flood. To store water is like your mango, which is still up, is the best mango. But if 10 of them fall down and you are unable to consume them, then they are at a waste. So that is why Alier said, if it is running in the river, it's not yours. So really, South Sudan is in a position to embark on cooperation. For instance, Sudan, naturally, we used to be told that the Blue Nile pushes White Nile. It held it back for some time. I don't think the backwater flow. I'm from Pagarao. My Pagarao, we call one Mabur. Bakara used to come there. And when you stand there at a certain point, you say the floods have collided. The flood coming from Ye and the flood coming back from Mut. So Ye is low, is Mut. Now, it used to come, but now not any longer. But I tell you, the water is underneath of the vegetation. So I want to beg Honorable Minister Makwe to accept the idea of aquatic weed control is a process which has no relation with the dredging. Mostly dredging is related to river transport. Is related to, how do you call this one, of the sea, where Arbar, if you want to create a new port, very much is related to that. So that would be better if the objective of river transport is separated a bit from the objective of flood control, so that the river transport embark on its own project, like the river fort, they have to be dredged in Chambe, in a dock. Yeah, you can do that. You have to open it and then enlarge it and so forth. But what we need really, I agree with BP Taban, really we need to embark on cleaning of aquatic weed. It is the management. One of the slides we refused to show in my computer is a computer of a company, so they protect it against flood. When you put a flag, it lock. So the equipment has said by type, and my brother Leju, he stressed a lot about equipment. They use very light equipment, and it is called wheat cutter. It cut the wheat, take away the reeds, the papyrus, the water hyacinth, and there are the other two plants which I don't know the name in English. One of them is you can chew it like sugar cane. The other one is the best one, which is in shallow water, then is the best for the cow. I don't know because I did not take my science in English. So those things is really controlled. I talk a lot, but let me conclude by that. We must accept that there is a shame on the BP Taban. There is no point if it is done by British and if it is done by the Arab. Why can we not do it? Those light equipment, we can buy them and we can put them along our rivers. Even the river for the people of Tunga, river called Lol. They put E in the end, but it's the same meaning with the Lol. Now today I heard even the meaning of the same. So today I felt bad last night when I saw over this river. So we must accept that country, communities, and leaders, that something is going wrong why we cannot manage our resources for our own benefit.
Thank you. What I want to say is that from all these consultations, the 3 days for the general public, yesterday for the legislatures, and today for the executive, there is a common thread. And I am pleased to see that the consensus is building up regarding the issue of flooding, the crisis in Bentiu, and the idea of clearing and cleaning the Bahr al-Ghazal basin between Bentiu and Lake No. And now, today, we have almost agreed that not only Bentiu, but to extend to Wankai. So I think this is a good thing. And yesterday, before the end of the session with the legislature, we started to develop a possibility of how to approach it as simple and to do it as swiftly as possible. And I am pleased that what happened on the table was carried along between the undersea produced by the Ministry of Waters. And as soon as that is produced, that will be stage one. The Ministry of Environment will call experts to look at it. And they want the coordinates of the project. Now there is an extension. It is not no more 30 kilometers from Bentiu to Lake No, but this new added area. So the coordinates are important. And I remember yesterday we also mentioned that surveying that area is equally important. So these are two things in the consensus build-up. The third will be, and it is a legitimate question, what happens if clearing and cleaning doesn't do the trick? But there is like a strong belief We didn't do any experiments. Nobody went to the field to cut some of these weeds like the people we saw in the water. But suppose it doesn't do the trick and still the river is not open to meet the standard for navigation along the lines described by Professor Al-Khazin and Isaac Liabwell. These are things for tomorrow, and we cross the bridge when we are there. But the first two stages are clear now, and there is general agreement and consensus around it. So the Ministry of Water, really, the ball is in your court. And you need as soon as possible to produce the project with its coordinates to the Ministry of Environment. I think I wanted to say that so that when we leave the room today, there are 2 or 3 things that are happening. Maybe I can add 4. Regarding the dredging issue, for the general consultation 3 days with the public, by the time they left the 3rd day, they were very satisfied. Now they know 2 things. They know dredging, and they know the difference between dredging, clearing, and cleaning. So they went out with these 2 understanding. Yesterday, also, the legislators have come out clearly, understanding what we mean by dredging and what we mean by clearing and cleaning. And they went further. They went to the point where we started talking about phases of approaching this crisis in Bentiu. Today, I am happy it is even coming from you, that you are talking about things that have also been discussed and agreement was building up around them, and now I see that it is maturing. So I think we can leave this place understanding the issue of Bentiu and the Bahr al-Ghazal Naam Basin is going to be taken care of as soon as possible, so that the politicians who are coming from those constituencies can go and sleep at night, at least today and tomorrow, until they hear that the ministry has produced the project brief. I think I want also to say that the issues of relations with Egypt are very real and pertinent. And I agree with His Excellency, Vice President Taban. Maybe now it is time to talk freely and liberated that we have good relations with Egypt, but Egypt must also know that we have interest in this same resource, and that if they are looking for any excesses of water from here, it is not going to be Ahuyu Ahuk. It is going to be along the lines of what the Vice President Taban asked. They want the water for what? Which means we have to let them know that this is going to be not one-way traffic, but this is going to be two-way traffic, and with resources spent between the 2 sides. So I think this is what I wanted to say, and thank you.
Just want to respond quick to Honorable Aoud. She was saying, if we do dredging, there is an increase in water, there is overflow of water. If we don't increase, or if we don't do dredging, also there is backflow of water. What can be done? So the point here is, I was actually trying to say that whatever we do should be eco-friendly, means environmentally friendly way of, yeah. So my last point is about, I just want to come into the dredging. Okay, good. Okay, sorry. So
The last point is about, I just want to get a very clear understanding between river cleaning and river dredging. I was saying river dredging means removal of the accumulated sediments and unwanted materials in the water bodies, where using dredges, this is one. Whereas river cleaning, meaning removing of the floating matter, for example, the water hyacinths, the plastic bottles, using trash schema. Now, the equipment that we have in United States, is it a dredges or a trash schema? This is a question also. Thank you.
Good evening. Your Excellency, First Vice President, Vice President, and all the honorable members of the Cabinet or the Executive. I want to respond to a few questions and also want to conclude with one of the proposals that I had wanted to discuss earlier, but did not find time. So there was a question about, water as gold. I want to emphasize the context that I say that. Water is gold. The context was that Israel is in the Middle East, as you know, and it has come up with a technology in which it is able, a system that allow them to create additional water and technology that could allow them to transport water out of the desert. If you have access of water, assuming you have established a sustainable system with respect to flooding and also water reservoir, and you have access to water, and you have countries that are in need of access to water, that is the context it was meant, that water is gold. You have to be able to sit down. Access of water from the rain, access of water from reservoir, and we are talking of trade. When you are dealing with two countries or more, you are talking of trading. So the word gold or water as gold was used in that context. There was also a question from His Excellency Vice President Taban Deng in respect to modeling. And I have two answers to that. One, the modeling that I am proposing is a modeling that I believe South Sudan as a country should take on, so that they find an institution that already have a lab, scientists who have done this modeling for a long time, and they put budget into that modeling, let's say between $500,000 to $1 million. And you have this institution who have been doing this modeling, so that in the next 6 months to a year, they will produce the modeling output in their labs. This will show you that in the next 20 years, 30 years, or even 50 years, how is the Sudd Basin going to respond to global warming, climate change, and variability? If you are going to build large infrastructure, as has been expressed, and especially a canal, you cannot afford to dig such a large infrastructure like a canal without knowing how the Sudd Basin is going to respond to climatic change. Our presentation today has been very truncated, has been very brief. But when we presented to the members of parliament and to the general public, we did get a little deeper into the fact that drought is actually predicted to be more frequent in the near future in South Sudan. Ironically, even places today that have large-scale flooding. And this is why studies like this need to be emphasized. And the government of South Sudan can put $500K to $1 million. And this study can come out after a year. That will then inform you what kind of infrastructure you will use. So that is the context that I will use modeling. Now to your question on the, you asked Your Excellency Vice President Taban about evidence in the future that proved that the wetland, in this case Sudd, is responsible for rain or rain pattern around the regions. I will tell you, I am looking at a study here that look at all the sub-Saharan Africa wetland, and it was assessing using satellite technology, especially convectional rain in the afternoons. They were using that satellite, they were able to see how the land surface, water on the land surface, interact with the water on in this wetland. And when it comes to rain, the connection between rainfall and evaporation. And when the evaporation turned to precipitation, they were estimating the distance from which the rain falls, whether it falls back right into this wetland or how far does it fall. There has been a study established, and it is very clear in the case of Sudd that because of the wind and atmospheric pressure, that the rains, the evaporation from the Sudd is responsible for some of the regional rainfall. That has been established. We can meet and I can share more, I can share such studies with you. So there's no doubt about that. And I have shown you before the global circulation. So it is not a situation that is static, where evaporation rise from one body and fall back as rain to the same water body. Otherwise, some places would have been abandoned completely because the rain pattern would not be distributed seasonally. And then the role of intertropical convergence zone also kick in. So I want to conclude with a long-term proposal that I have been saying, and that is the artificial lake. In the triangular area of the Upper Nile, Jonglei, and Pigor administrative area, and this is meant to harvest rain and runoff from the Buma Plateau. And if this needs to be studied, of course, but there is already a depression. Even today, during my interaction with His Excellency First Vice President, Dr. Rick, right in VIP room, he acknowledged that there is a great depression right in that location. And when you have a depression there, and you have a catchment from which all the runoff from the rain can flow into, then this is a potential location for such an artificial lake that can provide additional water. When that is successful, they study, this is recommended, and that reservoir is that and operational, it can also be replicated in the Bahar Ghazal river system, because as Professor Touch indicated earlier, that all the Bahar Ghazal river system originate within South Sudan, and South Sudan has no obligation to any country as to how it can develop, manage, and also control that water. This is exactly one of the locations that South Sudan need to come with water reservoir to deal with the famine and drought in northern Bahar Ghazal, for example. So that then when you have reservoir to a layer where you have your water, and you can be able now to balance these issues of water imbalance in the region. You can actually pump water from such a reservoir to another reservoir that you dig in places that does not get rain, so that they have water during the dry season. All that I am saying here, and all of us are saying, is that climate change and variability is real. And in the 21st century, we cannot reinvent the wheel. A lot of other countries have used technology to be able to predict what is going to happen with climate change and variability. They are also using technology to move things around, including water. While natural water goes north because of the topography and the gradient, water can be pumped to the opposite direction as well against gravitational force, as long as you have technology. All of these ideas appear to you sometime, I understand, as if these are way too long and we need a solution right now. But there are problems that does require time. They are a function of time. And also there is an issue of the evaluation of the Sudd ecosystem. I know I get some pushback when I give you the evaluation of the Sudd ecosystem, especially the carbon sequestration, the how the Sudd recharge the groundwater, the value of potential ecotourism in the future, the fear that our wildlife, that is, that can be seen as symbol of unity, the fear that they could migrate to other countries if a canal is dug, all of that I understand. They are seen as things into the future. But one of the issues that Sub-Saharan Africa is suffering from is lack of investment in generation to come. Lack of investment and caring for the future environment, for the future ecosystem, and for the children of our children. This is missing in Sub-Saharan Africa. We can begin to have a dialogue toward that end. Once again, I'd like to conclude my remark to say it has been a privilege addressing His Excellency and all the honorable ministers in the executive branch. And I want to conclude by saying that, again, I appreciate His Excellency Sapakir Mayadi for exercising leadership and for listening to the voices of the expert, the voices of the citizen. And I am glad to hear that all of us now seem to be on the same page as far as the suffering of our people and the need to find solution, short-term, medium-term, and long-term solution. We will also do our report with Professor Al-Kazim in addition to the Secretariat report. So this is just the beginning. This is not the end. This is a step forward, and unprecedented step that is welcome. Thank you all.
I missed something. All right. I want to give us a wake-up call for all of us. If you go to the internet and Google Lake Chad, you will get a lot of photographs and you will get a lot of information on Lake Chad. But you will get two adjacent photos. One taken in 1964 and one taken in 2020. The surface area, which is the site of Lake Chad, in 2020 is only 5% of the size of Lake Chad in 1964. We must really be very careful. We cannot play games and gamble with nature. The other wake-up call that many of us may know is the Jazeera board, which is, when it was established, was the largest cotton plantation in the world established in one time. And then during the Bashir regime, they were dredging. In previous days, before the corruption, the dredging used to be done per linear kilometer. For corruption, they decided that the dredging should be by the quantity of mud taken out of the canals. And it ended up that the canals were under Abu Ishrin, which is the big small canal, and Abu Ishrin became under Abu Sitta, which gives the water to the farms, Hawashat. And now, from Wad al-Turabi, going up to past Wad Madani, all of them are putting pumps to pump water out, and the Sudan Jazeera port was based on gravity irrigation. So we have got to be very careful with these things. And then some people, I was one of them, I played a small role. We said, well, what can be done? What can be done? And the World Bank sent a very strong team Dr. Salman Mohammed Ahmed Salman was a member. I was supporting from the distance. And the World Bank concluded that to rehabilitate the Sudan Jazeera Board, you need $7 billion. The damage that was done to put the canals under the level of the farms needs $7 billion. That's why the Sudan Jazeera Board is now really non-functional. So we have got to be careful about these long-lasting issues. We are here, Deng and I were here until July 25th, and some concerns have indicated that they want to extend our stay. But anytime you feel that there is something bugging you, let us know. We will drive down, we will have a cup of coffee, and we will deal with it. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, our experts, for your elaborate response. I now call upon the Secretariat to come and present the recommendations which they managed to get down.
I think while the Secretariat are setting up, I just wanted to make a correction. There was misquoted, I think Madam Honorable Wood was misquoted, saying that dredging will cause the river to overflow, or something along the lines. But the correct statement was that it required feasibility studies. So I just wanted to correct that. Thank you.
Yes, it's a little change of program. His Excellencies are of opinion that they make their input before the recommendations are made, because some of their inputs may have impact on the recommendations that are going to be made. So we have changed the program, and as such, I give chance to His Excellency Dr. James Waniga to come and give us his observations or react to the issues. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the First Vice President, my colleague, Vice President Taban Dengai, the Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, and especially our experts up there. Good evening to all of you. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to congratulate the experts, really, for unearthing very vital information. And surely, we cannot do without this information. As long as we subject it to critical analysis. Yes. Don't take it as it is, analyze it critically. However, we did overload. We did overload with a lot of theory. We have theorized so much on it, to the extent that the real practical aspect disappears or tries to disappear. And this is clear. By the way, those of us who are not here, including the first vice president, we have also, like His Excellency the President, been following up the TB. Okay. Very keenly. I was in Kenya for the 3 days, I was observing. And the time there goes beyond, so up to something like 1 o'clock. And I congratulate those of Ministry of Information, Comrade Makwe. I think you did an excellent job. Mabruk for showing all that to the South Sudanese. We really need that information. Yes. As politicians, this is why I say this data is subject to critical analysis. Because as politicians, and we are wearing two hats. The session of today, we are people wearing two hats. The political hat, the social hat, which is embodied, of course, with the realities. And there is no way we can swallow this head. And so, most of controversial issues, politically, you come to resolution or conclusion through expedience. Others call it expediency. Oh yes, this is the way. Put the interest of your people first. Interest first. Other things come later. Especially when the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. This is how decisions are taken. There is simply nothing in this world which has no pros and cons. Everything in this world, even this pen of mine, galamda, indu iyub, wa mujibat, listen. Point, yes. Absolutely, everything. So we should not be scared by hearing of either advantages or disadvantages. Everything has this. But you see which one does overweigh. And I've been doing this myself, maybe like most of you. And to convince ourselves, I'm happy some of my colleagues, including Tabanden Guy, has really talked at length on this. There was an occasion of the late minister. In fact, it is the death of the late minister, a little bit beyond that, that brought this issue to be a national row. Oh, yes. And so, the three of us sitting here, in the last funeral of his, we thought that was exactly the right time. Some people say, no, it was overloaded. Overloaded how? There are things to be clarified so that he goes with a clean name to the Almighty God. Truth must be said in this, on this earth, so that we don't throw dirt on the lady who has no tongue to talk. But first, this word dredging, Leju there, I'm very much satisfied with his definition. And I think Brother Isaac, to the extent that in one of the sessions we were seeing from Nairobi, the audience had for the first time a standing ovation for him. I don't forget that. A standing ovation of these hundreds of people, and the hall was, of course, more full than ours now. Yeah, exactly. One, and so, Brother Alier, please receive this ovation from me. I'm already standing. Just to add to what you already got from that bigger gathering. I only differ with you on one very small thing. You said about the dredging, and I will come to define the dredging as you just define it and he defined it. This is where I agree. But then you say the dredging in that first day will have to include making harbors along the river. If I got you right, because I was far away. Ports, yes, exactly. Ports are small harbors, by the way. So ports. And as a matter of fact, this is where I differ from you because I have to clarify scientifically. You can never have, you see the main aim why we need this dredging, which I will define according to what others have correctly defined, is I agree with those who say that we have to rescue our people from floods because they are dying in front of us now, not tomorrow. Now, not tomorrow. To the extent that maybe 80% of this big district known as Punjab, about 80% of the people have gone beyond their own district, looking for higher grounds. Our people in Bur, the same thing, maybe 60% displaced. In Bentiu, maybe 50% now displaced. And we think that we should wait until all the sciences of the world are finished and then we'll come to rescue them from drowning. That would be very insensitive. That would be very insensitive of us. Death is death. Cannot wait. You rescue life. And so, the aim, therefore, is not only to reduce the flooding, but it is also to create navigation for us, transport. Minister Maduro was right. That is actually maybe our second aim as a government. Yes. Because now you have seen prices. Who is not buying from Konyo Konyo? All of us are buying from Konyo Konyo. And because of shortage of commodities owing to the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, commodities, my friend, are being now restricted in Kenya. I'm coming from there. Are being restricted in Uganda. They prefer to store more than to export. And for us who have nothing to give to our people, what shall we do? We must be practical. Let us not depend on one direction. Don't depend on one cash crop. Let us look for alternative. In order to kill this food situation, our alternative, my friend, even in rank here, we are producing plenty of food. I've been there many times. Many of you did so. But it is not reaching here. Do you know why? Some of the traders tried Betiara by plane to bring this here, but it is not feasible at all. It is so expensive. So we continue to die without making alternative. And food is in rank. Not only food is in rank, and Sudan is ready to sell us cheap food, even cheaper than what we get from here. Oh yes, from Gadarib, where all this is ready there. But we cannot bring them to rescue our people, given these prices we now know, because we cannot transport it. We did not transport it. We cannot transport because the river is blocked. It's blocked not only by these sediments that we know. It includes mud, it includes sand, it includes trees, it includes boburat, which we actually make drone or destroyed during the conflict, and so many other sediments. These all amount to sediments. Boburat cannot move, so we need rank through steamer navigation. This is really why we need that side. We also need navigation, comrades, if we could also reach to where the oil is being refined. Because who is not knowing the prices, how they are rising? I thought all of you are driving in this world. Let us be practical. Soon, come another 2 months, we may not even be able to go from our homes to the offices. Simply because you cannot afford. Completely. This is bound to happen. But we have oil already refined. You see the paradox. Can't we risk to bring this oil of ours here just by dredging the 30 miles? Then, in this context, so I define dredging as the process of scooping sediments from the bed of the river, keeping the depth as it is. But some of our professors are concerned about the depth. But I was happy with Alier. Alier said, provided you do not increase the depth. And this, sorry, Isaac, Alier is not here. Yeah, he's too far for me to know. Isaac correctly put it right. Yes, we are not going to dig deeper than it was originally. We just want to remove the sand and the mud that has been surrounded there without increasing it. This got to be clear. Let us not mislead anybody. Yes. So removing the mud and then the other sediments, call them debris and so on. This is the dredging I know, and I will continue to call it dredging, but it amounts up to cleaning the river. Yes, cleaning the river. As simple as that. Okay, then, if this is the understanding, historically, what was happening? Are we going to be the first to dredge this river? Are we going to be the first scientists? Are we going to be the first ministers here to try to think about dredging the river and with the meaning of cleaning and clearing the river? Are we the first? No, my friend. History speaks for itself in volumes. The first colonial master who came here, the Turks, they would not have reached. Wow. Because there were no roads, as simple as that, without dredging, without cleaning the streams. Because these rivers are millions of years, of course, if not going to billions, for that matter. They would not have arrived Gondokoro, where they came to in 1940, and eventually to Rajab. So how did they come? There were no roads, of course, everybody will believe this. So how did they come? First thing they did was the first few steamers, they had to start dredging because nobody was using these rivers anyway before them. So they had to start by dredging. And then the Ansars came. For them to go to different ends of the south, they had to dredge the river because no roads. And then came the British. They even improved the implements for the equipment for dredging. And then came now the independence. Some of us have seen this river being dredged. Is it going to be new for us here? And then we say this is going to be the end of the world. Those people who have accepted dredging must be fools. They want to kill our people. Oh my God. I don't think anybody can claim to be more patriotic than many of us. We are trying to do the opposite, rescue the life of our people. So yes, historically this dredging has been going on, and the fears surrounded to us now by some of the scientists, maybe in good faith, never existed. None of them ever exist. Our people continue. So why today we are scared? Let them give us this so that we can make some improvements, but not to scare us up. That should be the point, really. Yes. Otherwise, we are trying to say that the Turks didn't have scientists, the British did not have scientists, and we are simply the first scientists now. In the evening like this. So, this is where I say expediency has to be used to maximum. With this, the issue of cooperation, I admit, you see that the issue was blown up also by the Ministry of Environment. But I agree with you, Brother Africano, in that if it is true, and I'm saying if it is true that your ministry was not consulted by the Minister of Water, then that was unfortunate and wrong. But there is one thing which I know. All resolutions of the cabinet, before they go to the cabinet, they first come to the clusters. The late Minister Manoa, Allah Yarhamu, he went to the governance cluster, which has more ministers. But because he also belonged to my cluster, he also came to the economic cluster. And we digested this with a lot of papers, with a lot of data, by the way, some of which I did not see here. It was simply scientific. Maybe he did not have time to tell people that I also use scientists. Oh, yes. And then we were satisfied at the level of the cluster. And we took this to the level of the cabinet. The cabinet was satisfied. So any minister today trying to jump out from a resolution of the council of ministers is being wrong. Because according to our regulations as ministers, even if you are against it in the hall, but the time you come out, you must stand and defend that resolution. Yes, and the resolution we have repeated many times, by dates and by numbers. So it is not be a minister to come up in public and say this was wrong, or that the government is not aware. Which government now? The government is all of us. Now, I will have to understand this honestly so that we not contradict ourselves in public. People are asking, then what kind of cabinet is this? Some are aware, others are not aware. What the hell? Yeah. Maybe some of us were already against it. Will come to Momoria, Malis? Can it have in Momoria? You first ask. Find out from the minister concerned. And so on. But never contradict. Otherwise, we will never move an inch. Huh? If we have to rely on the few differences, a certain minister must be opposed to some points. We'll never move. We do things through consensus. And then majority. As simple as that. So, yes, if that did not happen, it was unfortunate, but did not need to amount. Africanos should have gone to Emmanuel, for example, of water, and said, Emmanuel, what happened to this issue? How did you do it alone? Maybe Africano was absent. Or the minister of Africano should have gone to the other minister of water. This is how people do things harmoniously, comrades. Kalina ma kum sare tu nepsu pitana kita muatin pitana. Esi we nena be mangman. Nena ma ke mangman. We are scientists in our own right. Yes. So, let us also know that our good experts here had collected their documents through intensive research. But scientifically, that is not the last research. Research always evolves and develops. Next time, another research may even disqualify what they are telling us today. And for Professor Taj will agree with me. There is no end to research. So let us be content with whatever we believe is not going to cause us a major disadvantage. Now, I beg to differ with some of my colleagues who say that in such platforms we must mention something about Jongole Canal. The issue is not that I'm differing with them principally, but the issue is some of them are so agitated that they will not even listen to you, whatever you say. They have become prejudiced. Jongole is not, no, Kalaska Kankida is bad, is wrong. Even without listening to the scientific fact you want to forward. So, what am I saying? I'm saying that whereas I would accept that we study Jongole issue even longer than the issue of the feasibility of the dredging, which to me, really, after all the information and maybe the good recommendations, it will be up to us also, because the recommendations will come to us to make use of some of them or even not make use of some of them in our final resolution in the Council of Ministers. But as a matter of fact, I must throw some light on Jongole. We are scared for nothing. De hagiga igulu. Cape Kalamda. You see, let me bring an example. 4,000 years before Christ, this river Nile, there was no dredging. And near Cairo, from Memphis, those of you who are also historians, from Memphis, the river was going 4 kilometers away from the current course. But because of no dredging, it closed up. It closed up. Until a small channel just started to enlarge itself and so on. In our case, Brother Makwe is correct when he says that Gidamna, if somebody does not believe Makwe and also believe me, tomorrow you go to Gabat Hini. Just go to Gabat. You will see practically, not theoretically. Not theoretically. You will see the Nile blocking, closing. It is actually getting into a forest. It is becoming a forest. From near us here in Juba, the former ports, where the steamers used to anchor. Those of us by that time, we were students by the Victoria Kiaude, we knew where Bobur was moving through, and some of you who are more or less our age. Hajede just started recently. And so it blocked because of no dredging. Now, okay, we saw, let us use that one. The one going through Garbo and then to Mangala. That one, as long as we don't do N1, it has to be N1, this cleaning. As long as we don't do the annual cleaning, it is also filling up. It has reached Mangala. And common sense, this is why Bobur cannot any longer come to Juba. And it will go on until it goes to Malakal, my friend, with time to come, even up to Rang area. It will close. And it will bring not a tomorrow's disadvantage, but a real death, no supplies. We want to supply our people tomorrow and next tomorrow. As simple as that. Now, when we were debating this issue, before we pass it through the cluster, some of us also consulted some scientists in this field. And about the canal itself, about canal. They said, nowadays, let us not think of the canals of those years. And they brought it home in our case. First they said, they even visited Egypt. You know this Egypt, this Nile, it becomes White Nile from the confluence from Lake No, where Barak Jebel has entered there, and of course there also Barakazan. The time they leave Lake No, automatically becomes White Nile. When White Nile meets Blue Nile in Khartoum, automatically there they become the Nile. This is what it is. So they said this Nile, if you go south of Cairo, which also I went south of Cairo to test this practical fact, although I know they are scientists. This Nile does not reach the Mediterranean Sea. When I was in geography, in my secondary school and intermediate, I saw this river Nile is going to Mediterranean Sea. It is supposed to reach Mediterranean Sea, but the scientific use, because water is so important. Water is life, as he put it. Our brothers and sisters, the Egyptians, do not want to waste a single drop of water to just go and forth to Mediterranean Sea for what? So what do they do? Just south of Cairo, this place called Delta. You have read it in the geography. From south of Cairo, there are canals. I think about 8 or 10 of them. Huh? What is it? 21 canals. And these canals have been spread like this over a distance of 200 kilometers until where they go and meet near Mediterranean Sea, and it is blocked there. Now, somebody will say, where does the water end? There is a bigger canal brought back like this, not so long a distance, but for recycling. And that, because it has become filthy, dirty, all form of debris. So this is again recycled and becomes nice water, just like when you taste it here. And used again in the same process. In the middle, if my fingers are the canals, in the middle of these canals, this is where now the irrigation, the drinking, either of human beings or even of animals and so on, this is where it takes place. And then, where the canals start, the water is being regulated. There is a regulator. A certain sakin, Amara Deb Besit, just at the beginning, a local dam with this blade. You can go and see even in Jinja there, but that one is bigger than that. It has to go deep into the soil if you don't want water to go again. And you want water to accumulate under your control. So they said, wherever we are going to start our canals, we can make them even this number or more. And then these canals will go through Akobo. These canals will go through Ayut. These canals will go through where? And even the current canal will be moved. And then you have the Nile. So you will have this going like this. Why? To solve a number of problems. What are these problems that we want to solve, comrades? Number one is the issue of drought. Because as a result of consistent drought every year, our people struggle over the little water and grazing areas. They kill themselves in hundreds. Who does not know this? Leave alone the food itself for consumption. Because you did not cultivate during the rains because it was flooded, and now and our people are going to die in big numbers because of hunger. Famine actually, not hunger. Now. They have started dying. Because the water is not controlled, they do Sambala. And then, so you will have this, and then you have the main Nile now, Bahar Jebel in this case, also going. All of them will go like this. More or less similar to the ones we saw in Egypt. So, if more water is needed ahead, we open this year. According to how much water? If this one is becoming a flood on us, a big lake, more than what we want, then this regulator is moved up. And reasonable amount of water is allowed to go. This is how we can control the issue of Jungule, where we become scared. I'm sorry. It was those of us who were students by that time, in 70s. But as Dr. Riak said today, we were doing it for political expediency. We want to become independent. And anybody we suspect will be against our independence, we work against. So we came up with these stories. Oh, this 3 million will be Egyptian, will be resettled. Oh, this will happen. And so exaggerated the stories. But then talaba. And it is this exaggeration that took us in big numbers to go and fight. Now our small boys here, and not here, the youth here, I should have called them the youth, not small boys. Because the youth would even cover a wider scope. Some of our youth didn't know the origin of how we came to protest against Jongole. But this is simply the background. We were the ones in the street. Not that we were begging Murphy. Nothing. So we have met our objective. It is now time that we are the ones in charge for the welfare of these people. For the welfare of these people. By going after facts through expediency. So, whatever fear of water, some say water will all run away. Run away, keep Mapi control. There is going to be a control. And we can control more the more we have the dams that were counted. I don't want to go there for the sake of time. But it will be controlled according to what we want, how much water we want. For the fear that, oh, one time the river Nile will dry when it is the cleaning is done. This is absolutely untrue. It would have dried now because it was already being dredged. Why is it not dry? Ask yourself. Question mark. Why? Why? Because behind there, even behind Lake Victoria, the biggest lake there, actually in Africa, Lake Victoria, there are other lakes, about 6 of them. You begin with Lake Edward, you come to Lake George, you come to Lake Albert, you go to Lake Kyoga, and so on, all those lakes, they are the ones feeding the Nile. Who does not know where the source of the Nile is? Right from Edward there, very far, and George. So it is the one feeding our small Nile. But how much water are we taking away? So that we will drain all these lakes. Common sense, what is the volume of the water which will be going? And again of the water which will be draining from those lakes. What is the volume of those lakes? But you have to know that those lakes also have tributaries. Over 100 rivers join the Nile in different ways, if not in their thousands. So the idea of the river will dry because we will have done the cleaning. What kind of cleaning is that to dry up the river? But let us control it then in this way. So we are afraid of a monster which is not there. Which is not there. Comrades, we have no time to waste to rescue our people. You saw them before. And this is, and the Sudd itself is more than Upper Nile, is more than the Jongole state. Jongole is the biggest. I agree with Dr. Riak before. But the Sudd is bigger than that. It goes all the way up to Melut and all the way up to Maban and all the way up to Jiko area. Are you going to drain all these waters simply because the river Nile is improved? Ma, we are just opening Mahal Sakar Tababur Yakwan. Mahal Sakar Tababur Kalibabur Douru. Yes, that will help reducing the floods, but then also Babur Bedouru. It is not like we are going to use a kind of what to pull all the water, which is even beyond our capacity as human beings. So we are scared for no reason, comrades. Okay, in conclusion, indeed, I agree with you. I've overtaken the time. Forgive me for that. But I thought some of these issues are so important that if we don't say them, they will never be said again. And I'm happy that Dr. Yagis is still coming. Let us get all that information. Please, be very important. Yes. Yes. And don't take his statement because he's coming from Bentiu and it is the people of Bentiu who are droning what we saw. No. I'm supporting the dredging. Am I coming from Bentiu? The welfare for all our people, regardless of which community. Hagiga igulu ya juma. Hagiga igulu. We should not associate, and this is why it becomes politics. We must rescue the people of, how do we call this place? Punjab. We must rescue Dodo Sobo and the rest of Jungule. Your Excellency, the first Vice President, I think I must walk away very quickly from here. But before I do that, I invite you for your turn. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, the Vice Presidents, the Ministers, the Deputy Ministers, our learning experts, the Undersecretaries, all invited guests. Salaam alaikum. You have realized that we are going to delay you recapping the recommendations of this sitting, starting from the statement made by Vice President Taban, and then followed by the long statement made by Vice President Dr. James Wani. This is because we have discussed the matter in the Council of Ministers, in the Governors Cluster, in the Economic Cluster. The same issues. So in a way, we are knowledgeable about dredging, about the Jungule Canal, about management of water. But a good doctor always asks for a second opinion. A second opinion so that you can move forward with the project. And therefore, because of this, the President called for public consultation. And particularly that there were eminent people who raised an alarm from University of Juba. The social media was also full of information. So this public consultation was launched. It's important for our nation, and it is important for the government that such an event takes place. We in government are not like the public, not also like the assembly, because we have done it, we have studied it, we have discussed it thoroughly. That's why there is a difference between us and the rest. I value a lot of what was said by our experts. But you could see from the statements of leading people that there is still dissatisfaction. I had wanted 4 ministries to make a presentation to the experts, led by the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. I don't think he presented fully what they have in their ministry. He didn't. The references they have made in this work, whether it is books, the libraries, they have a lot to give. But this has not been presented here, nor in the public presentation, the last 3, and what was done yesterday. I happened to know something about this Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation when it was established. And Leb well knows that well. I also happen to know a lot about the establishment of Ministry of Environment. And when we made the declaration of the Sudd as a Ramsar site, I led that, I was share of it. By that time, the minister was James Lawrence. I have also followed the construction of ports. The Mangala Port, the Shambe Port, and also the Rang Port and the improvements in Malakal Port. In it. I have also followed the Ministry of what's happening in the Ministry of Energy and Dams. The project South Sudan, one to establish in the Ministry of Energy and Dams, when it was called Ministry of Electricity. The purpose is for the dams, whether it is for energy or for control of water or as reservoirs. And therefore, this consultation is critical. We must say the truth in it. Yes, the academic papers must be relevant to our situation. Professor Taj Al-Khazim, we had worked together, as I told you before, on other aspects on security sector. And we value the work we did together, and the Ministry of Interior is enjoying this, particularly in the community security and small arms control. If we had the resources, maybe now our country would be secure. Or if we did not go to war, if war did not erupt, our citizens would not be having arms in their hands. They would be doing different things altogether, not killing themselves with arms. That's a part of the project they brought from Canada. I want to borrow some maps. Can I have a map of South Sudan with all the rivers? Map of South Sudan with the rivers. Can you put it on? You have it, I know, but you didn't bring yours. Okay, let me start with the eastern part of South Sudan. Kurin. How many of you have gone to Kurin? Okay, 6, 8. There is a river called Kure River. It flows between two mountains for 50 kilometers. When it discharges into the plains, the two mountains, the distance between them is about 100 kilometers. The Kurin River feeds into Pibo River. Keneti also goes and meets with the Kure River just south of Pibor. There's another river, Singata, also feeds into that. They all meet there and make a depression. This is where most of our wildlife, when they come down from the Boma Plateau, they pass there, some wanting more water, continue up to Pibor, some continue up to the Nile. This by itself is a basin. It's a basin. We do not control it because we have no mechanism to control it. There is a thinking that we should build a dam in Kuren. There's also a thinking that we should build a dam in the other river near Torit, which is the one I mentioned. Keneti. Yes. The Chinese are doing something on it. Now, this is an effort to control our rivers in the east. When these rivers come to Pibor, they create Pibor River. Then they meet with Akobo River, just a little bit east of Akobo. And they flow, or it flows, and they meet Gilo, coming from the areas of Penyidu. By the way, these rivers are silted with sedimentation because nobody has cleaned it, nobody is taking care of them. So a lot of sedimentation has taken place. What is the result? Floods in Pibor, floods in Akobo, floods in Wanding. Then when it moves forward, it meets the Baro River. And Baro River is composed or is made up of two rivers, or even three. The Baro itself, the Joko, and the river that comes from Thiajak, Then they come and meet with the river coming from Akobo to form Sobat. Now, we have no way to control it. This river Sobat, because you have no place to establish a dam. Professor Tai told you there is, to build a dam, you need a strong foundation. Or you have to do piling, you see, which he said is expensive. So our eastern river, which is Sobat, finally, which is the Sobat Basin, there's no way of controlling it. The only little water which we can control is the one in Kurin, where you can build a dam. Now, I want to move to the rivers west of Bahar Jebel. Yei River flows from Yei, it goes to Mundri, from Mundri, it goes to Yurul. It is called Payi there. There are lakes in Yurul. Those lakes are silted. Fully, they have become very shallow. The fishing that used to be there is not that extensive now. And this is because of siltation. And we have no means of controlling it at all. Although there are 4 spots south of Mundri where there are 4 cataracts. But then the volume of water that you will be controlling would be few, because it is so much south. But all in all, if needs be, then you will have to choose one of the cataracts to build a dam to control the flooding that comes from Yei River. If you move westwards, you go to Bahar Nam. Bahar Nam moves between and crosses between Ural and Rumbek. Where there is a bridge today is also silted. It is silted, and it moves and makes a border between Unity and lakes. Then it creates floods between lakes and Unity State. You have the Gay River. The Gay River also comes from Equatoria. And when it reaches the Tujis, and it makes a border between it at the Tuj, between Warab and lakes, it spreads out. But it is a big river. And it floods part of Luenjang and Unity State. You move to Tonj River, which goes to Mushra. And by the way, these 3 rivers, Barnam, Gale, and Tonj River, they all meet at a place called Abadi, which is a lake. That lake is now silted. During the War of Liberation, I had to cross it without a canoe, you know. But 3 rivers meet there. And it is 40 years ago, or nearly 40 years ago, that Lake Abadi is silted. Now we're talking of dredging in Bahar Nam. Bahar Nam is Bahar Gizal. It also has a system the most blocked place and the worst is between Lake Abadi and Gogrial, where you don't see the channel itself. You don't see it. It has spread. So even dredging the 30 kilometers or dredging between Bentiu and Wankai doesn't solve the problem behind. It does not solve it. Because the main cause of the river, which is Naharjur, the Denka call it Agur, is already blocked in it. And this is the main cause of the river where the steamers, which Taban was talking about, they used to go up to Wow. Now, if the story I'm telling you is nearly 40 years ago, that is 1988, I walked there. What is the situation now? I was shown flooding because of one rain in Mayom yesterday. I wish that could be shown here. So you are most likely going to have unity state in its spots, and it happened the last rainy season. What do? You must open the course. You must open it. Or else that big land mass will be flooded. The problem with the Baharagizar River basin is that you have no place to control it. If you take the tributaries, the ones coming from northern Baharagizan, the Bahar Arab, the Lol, when they come and meet near Mayom, and they pass Mayom, they spread out, trying to arrive to Wankai. And the Agor itself, before it reaches the place which I told you is blocked, it changes course through a river called Mabit. If some of you have heard of a place called Mangolapuk, it changes direction once it knows that, once it finds that there is no course of water, it changes direction. Mabit River, the year I saw it, was faster than the Agur. And it had dug itself. So it was changing course to go and meet with the Lol River. And in the process, floods most parts of Twit in that. So it is not unity state alone. It is Warab, it's part of lakes. As for Fangak, the Zaraf River is blocked. You might have heard of a steamer or a boat which was impounded by some forces trying to open the Zaraf River. They couldn't because they did it the wrong way. They tried to push the weeds from the southern part. But if they were pulling the weeds from the other side, then they would have succeeded. So this is the state of our rivers. The state of our rivers. What do? We must clean them. We must dredge them. And the right definition is what Dr. Loju said. If you dredge, it means you remove the sediments and the obstacles that are at the bed of the river You are not excavating. You are moving them, taking them out, scooping them. This is it. But now we have stigmatized our people thinking that dredging is digging or excavating. It is not. You're just clearing. And by the way, on the Bahar Jebel, the blockage from here up to Mangala, you won't have barges coming to Juba unless you dredge it. So you don't need to sugarcoat it that you are cleaning it. You dredge it. You remove all the sediments that are there. Between Juba and Malakal, there are 37 vessels that are sunk in the river. And Sanadil, 37 sandal, fi Jewel Moya. What do they do, these vessels? When the water comes, they block the flow. They also create sedimentation. They make that place shallow. So you'll have to dredge the Bahar Jebel so that it becomes again usable for navigation. The advantages of the river transport is already told to you. I don't want to talk about it. But let us change our mindset about dredging. The past history tells us it has always been done. Why does it become a big issue now when we are in difficulties? We are unable to construct roads, rail, because of its expense. If we can make use of our river in transportation, why can't we not do it? When we know if there are disadvantages, they are lesser than the advantages we get in not doing it. You see. So that's why we are supporters of dredging, because we think that is the best. And history, records, if you go to records, we don't see something dangerous that will affect South Sudan because of the dredging, of clearing weeds on our tributaries. That is dredging. When people talk of Jongole Canal, something you are committing a treason. And I explained it to you in the morning, why we did that. Now we're in an independent country. Dr. Wani explained very eloquently what is happening in Egypt. The delta used to be three rivers going to the Mediterranean. Now there are over 20. They have duck canals for production. If the Jongole Canal was a colonial project, can we not change the objectives of this canal? He has mentioned a lot that from the Jongole Canal, you will have also more canals moving eastwards to areas that we need either agricultural production or where we want to give more water to our animals that are traversing that area. This is very simple. 4.4 billion cubic meter of water does not have to go to the White Nile. It doesn't have to, because you can control it. When you complete the canal, you will have gates. From the entry of it, you close it if you have enough water in it. At the end of it, at the suburb, you can also close it. And you use the water for either irrigation or for animals. You can also still dredge the streams, the creeks that are within the jungle, and connect them to the canal itself, so that the canal feeds them. And you have abundant water to the population in Jonglei. You don't need to let the water get into the White Nile if you don't want it to go to the White Nile. You can do that. There is a stream called Nanam in the Murle land, and actually it is an extension of some parts of Keneti. Then it goes to Nanam, then it moves to Geni. It also joins Akobe River. You can dredge it. You can also make pools in these streams with the machinery that some of us are rejecting. You can do all those. You can create them. So I personally, I was not against the Jonglei from the inception. Because I know one thing: rivers regulate themselves. This is science. Rivers regulate themselves. Now, in South Sudan, the fastest river during the rainy season is Sobat. When it meets the water coming from the Bahr Jebel, it blocks the Bahr Jebel water. It takes over, and its water flows. When it becomes dry season, the Bahr Jebel takes over because it becomes stronger. Its current becomes stronger, and then it takes over. As for Bahr al-Ghazal, the Legno is a shallow depression. It's a shallow depression. The entry to Legno from Bahr Jebel was pushed by the colonial powers so that they could get into Bahr Jebel. Most of it is land. It is very, very narrow when you want to get into Legno. But since, what will you do? The water of the Bahr Ghazal basin is purely our water. Nobody can contest it. How do you control it? There's difficulty in controlling it because this is lowland. Unless you do the piling at the entrance of Legno into the Bahr Jebel. And the piling is expensive. But if it is important for us that the Bahr Jebel water must be a bargaining chip for us, for anybody who wants more water, then you'll have to construct something at its confluence with the Bahr Jebel, I mean Bahr Ghazal and Bahr Jebel. At that confluence, you must do something. But it's going to be an expensive dam. But you'll find yourself, you have no choice. Else it will flow. because once it joins the Bahar Jebel and they create the White Nile, you have no other control. And by the way, you must know that Sudan is the one concerned now with the canal. Some of their experts are saying if the canal is completed, then Khartoum will be flooded. So we now have a problem to persuade the brothers in Sudan that no, we don't want Khartoum to be flooded. We have another design. We will, if we finish along while we are constructing it, we are also making our canals within Jongole, so the water is not going to increase, you know. But leaders in Khartoum say, you finish the Jongole canal, it is going to flood Khartoum. Okay? So they don't need more water. You are in a fix. The Jongole Canal, 267 kilometers of it has been dug. Some of you will remember that I said, were it not because of the Jongole Canal, Bor would have been submerged in water. Because the dike that has been constructed by the Dutch and the IOM has diverted the discharge, which is the flood, to the Jongole Canal. That's why we were seeing water inside the Jongole Canal. So you can come from Sudd Wetlands up to south of Panyagur using boats on it. So already it is an infrastructure that our people are using. To avoid talking about it is not fair. You must talk about it. If you want to review some of it, okay, the sooner you do it, the better, rather than delaying it. Because it is us, this generation, before we wither out, to correct whatever misinformation we gave you. It will not be the next generation, it's us who will have to correct it. Like what Dr. James told you, it's us who will correct it. Those who have fought the war of liberation. Rather than you destroying your relations with other nations. So, because you need those other nations. You need to have good relations with them, whether they are Sudanese, or they are Egyptians, or Ethiopians, whom we share this basin together. So it is us who must give you the correct information, so that you don't say it was left to us by our forebears that these guys are bad. We did what we did for purposes of getting independence of this country, and that is done. That is achieved. And therefore, we must correct things. We must correct things. We have no issue with the Egyptians, like we have no issue with the Ethiopians. If they are in conflict, we would help them. Lately, the last Council of Ministers, we made a resolution that the Sudanese-Ethiopian conflict, we must send a delegation to them so that they don't quarrel. Let them resolve their issues peacefully, because we have lived war. And we value the relations between these two countries with us, whether it is the Ethiopians or with the Sudanese. Now, in our politics, in our plans, our interests first. But make your plans without any prejudices. Without any prejudices, you know. This is when you will get good plans. This is when you will get assistance from elsewhere. Environmentalists think if we completed the construction of the Jonglei Canal, we will dry up the Sudd. Why would we dry up the Sudd when we know its value? We know its value so much. We know the ecosystem that is there. We know we have a population that lives on it. We know that the water that evaporates in the Sudd region becomes a blessing even in our own country. Why would we dry it? We also know that water is a big sink, carbon sink. The more we have water, the more we manage it, the more we will get resources with the latest economic theories of carbon credit. Why would we destroy it? Why would we allow others to destroy it? I have a belief in the institutions we have established. Whether it is the Ministry of Water Resources, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Transport. There are scientists among them. We cannot undermine them. That is why the debate must be transparent and open. Honorable experts, I think these guys, one person is away, is the Minister of Energy here. He's not here. They have not had the real presentation they would present to you. If you make your conclusions on what you heard in the public, you will have heard the emotions, okay? But you would not know that we have experts here in this country who have the same interests like you know? So I think you should have another opportunity for them to present to you and debate with you before you make your sum up. Because your sum up might clash with what they have. They know a lot, you know. That is why university professors leave universities to become undersecretaries in the ministries. You know, it's not a luxury. It is a practical learning place when you are in a ministry of a government. Our institutions might be described, oh, they're still weak. But no, there are people who are very technical, who know the areas they are in. So my request is, you are presented to us, have a meeting, let them give you a presentation, criticize our programs, criticize when they are exposed to you. They didn't. The Ministry of Water, the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Transport. In a hotel, they would present to you. You might find that what we are doing is good. Now, this is my contribution. I want to thank the organizers, the team. ولا في حاجة تاني؟ Huh? Not yet. Oh yeah. Not yet. Let them present the sum up. Well, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the elaborate presentation. I'm sure it is of great help and beneficial to all of us. Because of the time factor, I will be telegraphic in a way. I request the honorable experts now to come down because we are going to the next stage. To come down so that we give room to their excellencies to come up because we are closing. It is already time. And before you start the speeches, Your Excellency, the Secretariat will be presenting the recommendations which they have managed to collect during the deliberations, after which we will now move to the closing session. So you are most welcome. Secretariat.
Excellencies, the first Vice President and the two Vice Presidents, honorable ministers, experts, senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Agong Mayang Riak, and together with my colleague, Nyachenko Tai, will be presenting to you a brief summary of the experts' presentations for the last 5 days, and then we will read over the recommendations. And of course, that comes hands in hands with the great presentations that were just made by the excellencies. So there were 6 main topics that were discussed throughout the 5-day session. And then the first was to look at the whole overview of the Nile Basin, which was predominantly presented by Professor Taj. And on that, of course, there were commentaries from the experts. The presentation looked at key areas. One was that the 1929 and the 1959 agreements gave the chunk of the Nile waters to Egypt and the Sudan, and leaving the vast of the wide Nile Basin countries out. That there are 9 Nile agreements on water, and that the government of South Sudan should really keenly look into this. Baragazal Basin, with all its tributaries, belongs to South Sudan, which was also mentioned by the first Vice President. The other aspect on this topic was that water security is national security. The second presentation was on water governance, legal framework, regime of the Wide Nile, which was mainly presented by Dr. Salwa, but there were commentaries from the experts as well. And it's largely looked at the international treaties, regional international treaties and conventions, regional agreements, and national laws, touching on Vienna Convention, the principles and rules governing the transboundary waterways. It also looked at the national laws, particularly the transitional constitution of South Sudan and the RXs, and the huge gaps that they have on water development and management. The presentation closely say that the White Nile has been flowing its course for decades without management or control. The affected population have been moving closer and closer to live by and over the river. And so leading to flooding and all that. And it says that the status quo is not sustainable. The presentation also underscored that the navigational uses of water are exclusively a right of a sovereign nation like South Sudan, while the international laws governing the non-navigational uses of international water course are aimed at ensuring equitable and reasonable utilization, obligation not to cause significant harm, obligation to cooperate on the basis of sovereign equality, territorial integrity, mutual benefit, and good faith. The third presentation, key thematic area, looked at the Sudd, climate change, its variabilities, and the follow-up part of presentation was the Sudd ecosystems, affected people, socioeconomic value, and water resource management, which was mainly presented by Deng Majuk, and of course with commentaries from the experts. Two key points on that, on those two presentations, that the Sudd and ecosystems is a blessing to the people of South Sudan, both socially and economically, and if properly utilized, we will get that benefit. The other observation was that climate change is a global phenomenon. It's not exceptional to South Sudan. The world is now seeing increased intensity of water-related natural events. About 90% of natural resources are weather-related, including floods, droughts, and therefore we must be dynamic in finding appropriate sustainable ways in responding to its variabilities, whether it's flood, drought, or any other variability. Now, the fourth presentation was the basic concept of dredging, which was presented by Dr. Leju throughout the 5 days of the consultation. And the key point on that was that the definition of the dredging, that is a removal of sediments and other unwanted materials that have settled in the middle of the river with the sole aim of safeguarding and protecting the river in a sustainable manner. The fifth thematic area, which was presented by Honorable Isaac Liabwil, and of course with commentaries from experts, was different aspects of water resource utilization and control, looking at the objectives and all that. And the key aspect was that we need effective planning and prioritization of water development, utilization and control mechanisms. It also touched briefly on Jonglei Nile and the poor initial conceptualization in terms of water management planning and its execution. The Honorable also highlighted on the memorandum of understandings that were really poorly conceptualized and signed by Southern Sudan then with the Arab Republic of Egypt. The final thematic area was the essential components of an inclusive and credible feasibility study, which was again mainly presented by Professor Taj and commentaries from experts. The key highlight on that presentation was feasibility studies are critical to making impactful and sustainable policies. They are like, this analogy was made, that they are like the medical diagnosis before the doctor could give a medical prescription. With that, I call upon my colleague, Chanko, to come and read out the recommendations.
Your Excellency, the first Vice President, Dr. Riek Machar, Your Excellencies, two Vice Presidents, Honorable Ministers, advisors and the secretaries, all protocol remain observed. My name is Nyashankwath Rambangtai, and I'm going to take you quickly through the recommendations. And in the interest of time, I'll just be reading because we're running late. We have over 14 recommendations, and I'll just read, and I will emphasize only on 2 recommendations. The first recommendation is to stop dredging initiative until credible feasibility studies are conducted. Second is both executive and parliament should form an all-party parliamentary committee for water that will focus on the adoption of policies, strategies, action plans on the White Nile waters, use, development, management, as well as control. Appoint a knowledge legal advisor to the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation by reporting functions to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Advocate for the establishment of the National Water Commission that will focus on regional and international issues as they relate to South Sudan. There is need for national record and archives on water resources. Parliament should deliberate and pass relevant laws on this. The lawmakers should give Nile water development and management a special attention during the upcoming constitution-making process. Approve and adopt permanent constitution provisions and national legislation on the use, development, management, and as well as control of the White Nile waters and its tributaries and ecosystem, as well as the Sudd region and its ecosystem. Recommendation number 7, it says that there is need for the deliberation and the passing of the bill for the country to join the Nile Basin initiative with the ratification of the CFA. Recommendation number 8 focuses on commission scientific research on environmental and social assessment on the impact of the Jonglei Canal on the White Nile waters and ecosystem at the Sudd region affected population, also and the fisheries, livestock, and wildlife. Recommendation number 9 says good policies are unimplementable without adequate financial resources. Hence, there is need for adequate national funding and budgeting for water resources and development management related initiatives. Recommendation number 10 says knowledge and information is power. And so there is need to establish water development and management related institutions, specifically focusing on capacity building of our experts and policymakers. Recommendation number 11 says investment and consultation with the flood-affected populations and host communities, particularly in their relocation program, if there is any relocation program. Commission the studies on the feasibility of artificial lakes from rainwater in South Sudan in combating floods in the short term, and there is need for the reconstruction of Ripkona Bridge to allow water passage. And for that, I'm going to use the words for the former Undersecretary Isaac, and he said that the river was shocked by a small bridge. So there is a need to reconstruct that Ripkona Bridge. Recommendation number 14, and it is very, very important, and that is women inclusion in all the processes, because women and girls are affected differently by climate change, by droughts, by floods. And I emphasize in all this recommendation, this is key. As long as we are going to implement this, there is need to look at the 35% affirmative action plan, where women inclusion is going to be a key in all of that. Thank you so much.
On some of the recommendations, can you flash them on the recommendations? Can you flash them? Don't forget that we are the government. And we have a resolution in Council of Ministers. Nobody
overturns it. Only the Council of Ministers. So, am I being heard?
Yes, Your Excellency, these are mere recommendations. They are not resolutions. And these recommendations will be taken to the executive. It is there, and then we will look into all these. Some of them are not in place.
Let's reach a compromise. This is Council of Ministers. These are ministers, and this presentation is being done in front of us. We can't say stop dredging because the Council of Ministers has already done that. We need to reword your concerns on it. What is the best word to put?
Yes, Secretariat, what are your appropriate words to replace? Because you have stated that you are stopping isn't it? But we are not stopping it. We are the dredging, or if we are to say, to use the correct terminology, as it was stated by the experts.
Michael.
Yes.
The issue was, I thought we separated the two. There was immediate need for cleaning the river, and the direction being subject to the expert opinion. So they have talked about direction, but where's the cleaning of the river?
Yes.
Even
what
the
we
other
are
secretary.
What we are saying is dredging, the way we understood it.
Let me remind
cleaning
Michael, let me remind you, one of the resolutions of Council of Ministers, which was the last resolution, we have gone even to a level of establishing an institution to do clearing, dredging, management of the water system. These in the resolutions we passed. So it cannot be us here to say the resolutions or the recommendations that have been passed in the consultation, public consultation with the Council of Ministers or with the Cabinet include stoppage of dredging. We don't have. And also, I thought the Ministry of Water Resources has a legal advisor. Or you don't have? You do have. So the legal advisor, any legal advisor comes from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. So these are things that I heard.
In fact, all the ministries have legal advisors. And they all come to from the Ministry of Justice. So that resolution, that recommendation is not in place. Because it is already there, you are stating a fact, which is already there. That is one. Number two, in terms of legislations, it is not the parliament that you are addressing the final authority, but it is the government. It is the executive that does everything, and then it comes to the parliament. But when you say the parliament to legislate, parliament cannot legislate without the executive.
Say all parties,
So
committee.
It is the government.
The committees also in parliament are composed of all the parties. Whether it is water resources committee or it is finance or public accounts committee, they are composed of all the parties.
With your permission, Your Excellency, First Vice President, Dr. Yagmachar, the protocol observed. This has been a consultation process, and I think we had a 3-day public consultation. The recommendations were put in place, and yesterday we had Parliament, and today. So all the views, even in the recommendation, there is immediate action need to be taken to clear the river, especially aquatic weed. It is in the recommendation. So the Secretariat will remain to file up and harmonize the 5 days consultation. And then we'll put them together to the authority, and especially for you to deliberate on it and come up with what is necessary. And it has short-term, medium, and long-term recommendations. And the short-term recommendation is how to rescue the people that are now in the water.
I understand you. Don't make us a rubber stamp for things we don't agree to. Okay, that must be very clear. We're members of government. Okay, we're not public. We have made 2 resolutions in Council of Ministers. Nobody overturns the Council of Ministers with our participation. It would look as if we plotted with you to come and overturn the Council of Ministers resolutions. So either you have different resolutions for our consultation, or we agree on what would be the compromising statement on that particular issue. Yes.
Yes, Your Excellency. In fact, this situation is not very clear. Yes, as you put it right, we cannot be a party to recommendations and resolutions that will be given to us, will be taken to us. The best thing would have been to keep silent about your recommendations and then take them to us in the cabinet. That would have been the right procedure. But the fact that you have ventured into reading them to us, then we need to have an opinion on them. Because what you did is a recommendation. These are recommendations in which we are a party. So we are the ones now making the recommendations, isn't it? And if we are the ones making the recommendations, then definitely we need to agree with the recommendations we are making. So the best thing is to put up the recommendations and we take them one by one. We agree on one, take it and proceed. Otherwise, there was no reason to ask us there would have been no reason to make a presentation of the recommendations to us. You should have discussed them your own way, prepare them, and then take them to us there. Yes.
Thank you. Is it working? Yes. Thank you, Honorable Minister Michael McQuay. You know, this whole exercise of the public consultation was on the basis of the President's directives the day of independence. And I would like to read, to allow our citizens to participate in the consultation process without emotions. I am today freezing any planned dredging activities in the Sudd region until credible, professional, evidence-based studies are carried out in the impact of dredging both on surrounding communities and the Sudd ecosystem. To this effect, I am directing the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to initiate the process of identifying and eventually hiring credible experts who will carry out the said feasibility. Our mode of procedure was for every group we met, we discussed with, at the end of our working day, we submit the summary and the recommendation that has happened during deliberations. And that happened the 3 first days, that happened yesterday, and this is what's happening today. I think there is a misunderstanding. The results of the work of this consultation are not going to be sent to the Council of Ministers. This consultation was called by the Office of the President on directives of the President. So our understanding was all this work for the 5 days will be put in a report and submitted to the President. Then the President will, in his wisdom, determine how he is going to treat the report, either through the Council of Ministers or through his office or through any other process. I am sorry to interrupt your line of thinking, but this was our understanding and the mode of procedure.
It's okay, Dr. Salwa. In fact, you are an expert. So the report supposed to be submitted is not what you give that will be submitted. It is the committee that will present this report based on your presentations and the deliberations of the public. But not you as experts who will present the report. So I did not expect you to react to whatever. The rest is ours. You have done your part, and that is all. That is one. Number two, if at all we were not to be involved, we should have not been called as the executive, because we know where we will meet with the president. And your presentation should have not, the participation have not included us as a cabinet, but should have only consulted the public and whoever, because at the end of the day, the whole thing will go back to us. This is what we know. But as long as you have invited us, and we have become part of the public, and we are the last people who will prepare the recommendations, then it is our duty to ensure that we make the right recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Angelina. Yes, Adia. خليهم يدينهم كتار برا فوق.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a proposal, like a way forward. Because, you know, I was in the first 3 days of the consultation, and they have done the deliberation, and there was a recap, and they all agreed to whatever they proposed. I am recommending that
JK. Shout out to Brian D for that one. Little band playing. They had accordions, some mandolins. Ooh, you felt like you were on the French Riviera.
mitten berta, kalbi mitten berta. أنا بكيد عشانكم يا سودان، شد إلكم يا جماعة، شد إلكم يا جماعة، ربنا بيساعد. أنا بكيد عشانكم يا سودان، شد إلكم يا جماعة، شد إلكم يا جماعة، ربنا بيساعد. Our blood bleeding in Sudan, Lord our God, come and complicate our land, not comport. Sudanese are finished because of war between us. Our children terminate among of other law.
It's your boy Young Love, I give him that time. Control leg stay the punchy America, Banyi Dwal, Control leg stay the punchy America, Banyi Dwal, Ban walk on the lake, Kankara water no watching, Oga level leg, gear, pow, very leg, Panda with ya, punchy America, Banya Dwal, Bano, Chingatonga Pandon, could you ever buy a check out, Papu Panda Jiro, what there be Dwal venting. Stay the punchy America, Banyi Dwal, Banaban, Punta Lake stay the punchy America, Banyi Dwal, Banaban, walk on the lake, Kankara water no watching, Oga level leg, gear, pow, very leg, Panda with ya, punchy America, Banya Dwal, Bano, Chingatonga Pandon, could you ever buy a check out, Paku Panda Jiro, what there be, Dwal venting.